Okay.
But hey,
Yeah, if you guys miss Sunflower Festival, pretty hot.
I saw your fancy shirt.
Yeah. I'm debating what I'm gonna wear next Monday. Like, I'll probably a dozen of them Hawaiian shirts.
Your cowboy boots and shorts.
Yeah, hey, well, I'm gonna put on some walking shoes. Just go get down to the meeting and walk around.
Well, you guys will have your golf cart too.
Walk, go walk.
Gotta walk.
Go
Speaking of walk, it's 9 o'clock. We'll open up the July 28th County Commissioners meeting with flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a motion to approve the minutes of last
So
meeting.
I'll make that motion.
I will second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We have a motion to excuse Mr. Glass today.
Yes, so moved.
Second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, bills for the week. $559,019.40. Over half of that, $263,175 was the Planning Commission for Appalachian Community Grants payments, that's grant funded. And then engineer was $81,324.
I'll make that motion.
Second that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Then analysis, $24,767.52. Big one was Paint Creek stream gauge monitoring for $15,000.
So moved.
I will second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Jack, I was wondering about that. Is it any responsibility of the city to pay for that gauge? I mean, we're protecting the city.
I know that we are contractually, I don't know if the city adds funding to that or not. If I recall back in mayor days, I think that we did make payments on that in cooperation with the county, I think.
Yeah.
And I think the gauges are in the county, not in the city.
But they protect the city, which is in the county.
Which is in the county.
Just a thought.
Transfer of funds from the general to emergency management agency to upcoming siren repair and maintenance costs. It's a transfer of $10,000 from general to EMA.
Jack, that's the fund that you and I just talked about, that additional fund that the EMA had, that's, we said they hadn't spent anything out of. That's where he's moving funds from.
So it's not coming from the general, it's coming from that grant.
Yeah, Madeline's moving money from that EMA account into general, and then she'll move to give it.
Okay, so it's a triple.
So,
I'll second that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And corresponding appropriation of funds of the same thing for $10,000.
so moved.
Favor say aye.
Aye.
Request from funds from the 23 Major Crimes Task Force in the fund 2024 JGA0185834, which is travel, other costs for $29,718.40.
So moved.
I'll second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Transfer funds from common police court administrator into TCAP grant for fiscal year 24-25. It's to cover the cost of drug testing supplies in the amount of $5,000.
So moved.
I'll second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Transfer of funds from common police court administrator to general court number 1 for contract repairs in the amount of $1,500.
So moved.
Second that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Asset disposal form from Boca for 6 burgundy chairs. They're in good condition, but they're not needed, so they'll go on the auction site.
So moved.
Second that, all in favor say aye.
Aye. In the basement.
Another asset disposal form from Boca, which is for an Optiplex 3020, poor condition, it's obsolete. I imagine that's a piece of electronic equipment.
Yeah.
Sounds like
I just sound like a computer or something.
maybe an overhead projector for
Yeah.
all we know, but
So moved.
if it's that old, it needs to be gone.
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Yeah, it's okay.
Have a timesheet for Nancy King for 30 hours for last week's work.
Who's that for? Law library.
Law library.
So moved.
Second that, all in favor say aye.
Aye. She's supposed to be 20 hours a week or 30.
That's a Brad question. Since David took over that board seat, I haven't been paying as well as what they negotiated.
Because I'm thinking that she put in a pay for 30 hours last time.
I don't think so, I think it's just 20.
I know she did put in one before, well, maybe not been in the last one, but it was 4 extra hours.
Okay. We'll get with David to find out if she's getting doing.
She's pretty consistent.
Yeah, she's
I don't
been.
have any complaints.
I just said so far no complaints.
No.
This is a 2-week schedule,
Okay.
so it's 15 hours a week. This is for 2 weeks.
Okay.
I think she's like no more than 20 hours.
No more, okay, no more than 20 hours, okay. Yes, so moved. If I
Second.
don't already do it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, that's, used to pay John 7.
Okay, yeah.
It's a good deal. Application for a sub-grant award agreement with the Sheriff's Office and US 23 Major Crimes Task Force with the Office of Criminal Justice Services, the amount of $93,040. $33,040 will go towards equipment, $60,000 will go to confidential funds. There is no match.
So moved.
I'll second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That would do. Just front page to sign on that, Kathy.
Yeah, that's it.
And we got a notification that our public defender charge from for the fiscal year 2025. No, fiscal year 2026 will be $25,002 less than the county contract with the Office of Public Defender for this year.
$25,000 less?
Yeah, so I think the rate's going from 89, which it just went up from 75,
Yeah.
back down to 82 for next year. And that's just another confirmation.
And they're,
So some good news from the state for change. Where did Brad go?
I think you got
we
a call.
yeah. Did you get hot at the Sunfire Festival?
Very hot. Yes. I heard it was worse Saturday.
I was there Saturday I got there about 4 o'clock
Oh.
for pie auction, and I
Yeah.
walked around and said, I'm done. I'm done.
It was a pretty good car show.
Was it?
Oh yeah, it was all the way down Springfield Street. Yeah.
Do we know when David is getting back? Is he coming back today or tomorrow?
I don't even know where he went.
I
He
thought
went
he,
to Northern Michigan with his dad, it's an annual thing he does.
Don't know where
I didn't think he was gonna leave till yesterday.
No, he called me when he was driving.
Oh, okay. I thought he was leaving yesterday.
That was Friday, he called me. So I got a response back from Jeff saying that, we can pass that with just our 2 signatures today, can't we?
he went. Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't need this.
How was the apple pie?
Apple dumplings is pretty good.
Was it one?
Oh, yeah, it was, but you know, it was a pain. I was trying to give everybody I could. And then, Bob Peterson, he took, blackberry pie with him. Jason Miller took,
Did you say Brad was on the phone?
Yeah, I think he got a call on his
I
cell.
think he took a pie with him. Maybe he might have took 2 pies with him, because he bought one by himself. And he didn't know you bought. And then we bought a cherry pie and left it at Gwen Harper's. Bought the cherry pie for the sheriff because he likes cherry pie and I hate cherry pie. I think the next one will be, Salt Creek Festival. I miss them now.
We requested more.
They have a pie auction down there too. bought two last year and then had to bring none of them home.
Right.
But the apple dumplings is very good.
Sounds good.
And I had Garmin feed over the Linden. He's standing behind me, him and Bob Peeps is standing behind me. And I'm thinking, who keeps bidding on me? Bidding with me. I'll turn around and look and say, what are you doing? He's bidding against me and stuff.
They were probably laughing.
George out bidding everybody?
But George didn't show up. I called George on the phone and
Mark.
He's on crutches.
he's on crutches with a broken leg. I called him on the phone. I said, are you coming to the pie auction? He said, no, my leg hurts. And I found out he'd been mowing the grass. He was on his zero turn mowing the grass with a broken leg. I said, well, no wonder it hurts bouncing around.
All right, Brad, you got anything to say?
Did you guys see that?
So,
It's a new bite.
Chairman
I was telling Kathy what it was.
Chairman of the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
West Virginia.
Is that West Virginia? Or is it just?
I think it's at Wise Medical here.
Yeah. It says, well, that's, nope,
That's the Wednesday.
that's Wednesday.
So, what is the, I don't understand what you're getting at here.
It was sent to you guys as an invite on your website.
Mhm.
So I'm just passing along to you.
Oh, okay. All right.
I didn't know if you wanted to go. Looks like an invite to go.
Got RSVP by yesterday.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure they'll
just
still
didn't
take
pick
you.
that up.
I'm sure they'll still take you.
Weiss Medical, what do they do?
I think they supply personnel, I think.
Is that like home care?
Staffing and home care.
Yeah. Staff doctors' offices and
Oh, they're like a temp agency, right?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
so.
okay, I know that. Okay, thanks.
timesheet.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye. 162 hours. Jeff in the system.
162. It's a lot, but it's not that much. Then I want to share this with you. This is, these are pictures of some of the issues we're having at the airport on the taxiway. So I got this request from Stan.
Is that an anchor bolt?
That's a shoe that he put out there when he took the picture. Show you how big the crack is.
Oh. Oh, I see
Yeah.
now.
I thought the shoe.
It looks like an anchor bolt like that, and what you're seeing
And
is.
if you look at it, it looks like the shoe's in the crack, but it's sitting on
Yeah.
top
It's
of it.
pretty big to look
Yeah,
at the back
it's
of it.
pretty
And then
big.
this one here, he's got a radio stuck down in it.
Yeah, I said, yeah.
It's in the taxiway whereabouts, is that in the taxiway, you know?
Yeah, it's, I think it says, he's saying this, or does he saying that one? I think it's like between, that's not it. It says it's,
From the T hangers going south.
Yeah, so around the T-hangers, there's a bunch of them. There's 13 of them there. And then there's two that are the same size as these out on the taxiway, right about where the sign that says C is, the C section of
Yeah.
the taxiway. So I got a price to have it fixed, if you're interested.
I think I'm interested in that price. Oh, that's what I was looking at. Let's see.
Well, we would do the one with the asphalt, not the one with the, replace asphalt sections with asphalt. So it'd be that price,
Okay.
not that price.
Concrete,
I don't know, Kathy, do we have any money in that account,
What do you?
in that airport account?
Yeah, I'm sure there's some. How much is it?
$19,465.
Better take a look first, but I want to share it with you. You can hold on to that until you decide what to do.
But they're gonna, that's not a paved job, is it?
That's a what?
Is that a repaving for that?
No,
area?
what
Just
they'll
gonna fill
do
cracks
is
up?
those cracks are almost that wide.
Right,
So what they'll do is they'll go in there and saw cut those across 2 feet.
right,
They'll take that out, they'll put good new base material in there, and they'll do 2 lifts of asphalt.
okay.
What Columbia guys should do on the streets.
Yeah.
How good is that?
I talked to Brian Crozier at Stantec about it, and he said, you know, because there's 2 prices. There's one to put asphalt in it, and then there's another to put concrete in it. And he said when you put that concrete in there, the asphalt as it heats and cools will slide up and down on that concrete.
Concrete.
And get that concrete to pop up. He said you're better off to use the asphalt,
Yeah.
so that's all I've got for now.
Okay. Got the time sheet for Mark Thompson.
And,
He's on vacation?
Request for a leave. Just
Request
turned
for
that in
leave.
this morning.
Yeah. So that'd be September 27th, pay period end of September 27th. 1 week.
Brad, you know anything about that?
About what?
Mark Thompson?
What about him?
Won't take leave?
I've not heard anything.
What is it?
A leave of absence?
No, he's taking vacation.
Take a vacation. That go through you?
Well, it came to you guys, so I think it went to you. Kathy brought it to you, I guess, so.
Yeah, you just sent it in this morning.
I still like to see that stuff ran through you.
Did you hear that?
Hey, you just now sent it. Literally.
Yes, okay, it'd be okay with me. We stick
What
it.
what are you asking for?
No, I'm just, Brad is our administrator.
Mhm.
He's the county administrator. He should know if somebody from the department head or somebody from the department is going on vacation. Because somebody calls in there and say, well, I tried to call you and didn't get no answer.
I'm
Well,
getting,
this is for September 27th.
Well, they still should,
Week ending September
they
27th.
still should run that through Brad.
kind of like last week with the emergency out there. When they shut the place down,
Yeah,
I was the last guy to know.
Okay.
I didn't know
I can
anything
fix
about it.
that.
Huh?
I can fix that.
Yeah, I didn't know anything, that was JFS. I mean, I talked to Jody about that, but, he shut the office down one day because of a threat that they had in another
Right.
county. I never heard anything about it until people started calling in saying, why are they closing the office?
Yeah, he sent us.
he said, yeah. That was, we'll take some of the blame on that, not pass it on to Brad, because Brad needs to know that, what's going on out there. My thing is that's just like, let's say if Josh goes on vacation, Brad should know if Josh goes on vacation. Brad is, in my opinion, the chain of command is 3 commissioners on top, then Brad, Kathy, and then we'll go from there. The department heads are in charge of their department, but still stuff that's run by Brad. That's what, I know he's got a lot of stuff on his plate, but it still should be ran by him.
I can put a memo together if you want me to, and you can see before we send it out.
Okay. Cause I'm sitting, there's sometimes I sit in my garage and I have paper and stuff like that and I'm writing down, you know, this is the chain and this is what should happen.
This, I didn't get any notification of this by email or anything.
Yeah.
So
No,
he just sent the form over.
Right.
And he sent it to Brad, right?
no, he just sent it to me.
He sent it to you?
Just came. 9:04.
I don't think this is anything nefarious. I think it's just maybe a little miscommunication.
Yeah. We just need to know that, we just need to let everybody, when we have our staff meeting, we can bring that up during our staff meeting.
So we'll take care of this with everybody's next staff meeting.
Okay.
That'll go through you and then you'll bring it to our attention. So we follow the chain of command.
Yeah, I guess he sent you, did he send you guys an email?
No, this is the first time.
No, I meant about the thing last week.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Jody
Jody-
did, yeah.
Yeah, I never got one.
Yeah.
Okay. He's not in the staff meeting, but we'll bring it up Wednesday to him.
Yeah,
We'll fix that.
thank you.
So moved on Mark's.
You okay with Mark? I mean, he's got the deputy.
Oh,
there.
yeah, I mean, he's got someone else there and he's got the time, so I'm sure he's taking it during a time where he hopes that nothing's gonna happen,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
he's got Josh there. Josh isn't asking for the same time off, so he shouldn't have. Good morning, Paul.
So I'll second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
You bringing presents? Yes.
So the runway, the tarmac. We gotta see how much is in that account.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to do something with
So
that.
it needs to get.
Pilots are saying, you know, they're coming off that nice runway now, and then they're hitting a crack that big, and they're like, that ain't good, so we gotta do something with it. It's part of the plan to fix in the future.
We're talking about redoing that whole tarmac.
Well, the tarmac, but this is actually in the taxiway.
That's a taxi.
So this is in, you know, once they get off the runway, they come down the taxiway
Taxiway.
to get on the tarmac.
That's right along the edge. So wide jet with,
Oh, the planes are hitting it. I mean,
Yeah, that's
they're hitting the
true.
cracks and they're
Yeah.
saying, hey, that's where you got to complain. Is that on?
Yes.
Did they get the,
Might be able to see it too.
did they get that slurry stuff buried, taken out?
Well, when I was out there Thursday or Friday of last week, they were trying. They were pushing dirt back on it, and he had a dozer and a sheep's foot out there, and he was trying to push it in, but it was still too wet underneath.
The only thing he did was just push.
So he pushed some in there, and then he was gonna let it dry out some more, and then I think he was gonna run that sheep's foot on it again, and then try to push some more in there until it got it filled up.
Okay.
how deep is this?
I got
That hole was probably 4 or 5 feet deep, and it was, all the crack there, is that what
Yeah.
you're?
How deep is that crack?
It's the whole width of the
Well, I know, I can
whole depth,
see that.
yeah.
That's the whole width of
The whole depth.
It's the whole depth of whatever's
That's-
there, yeah. No, you're talking about something else, though.
Yeah, I'm talking about something else.
Yeah.
When you did the grooves in the track, in the runway.
That thing was 50 by 100, and it was about 4 or 5 feet deep. The worst thing was I really got on Shelley and Sands about when they pulled out of there with that machine that they had and the trucks that were hauling that slimy stuff, went all the way down Stone Road. When they stopped at the stop sign, they dropped a big pile there, and then when they turned north to go up 104, they dropped a big pile of it in the highway. And I told that guy, you guys are gonna have to go out there and clean that up, so that was Thursday or Friday of last week, and I haven't been back out there yet. So some of those cracks are right here on this edge, but the ones we're most worried about are the ones that are out here. Yeah, it's a little too blurry to see them, but this is the section that they're in. There's some of them in here, and then there's some of them in here.
That, when they do that, that's not gonna shut the airport down, is
No, it shouldn't.
it? Okay.
No, because they can exit off on either side, just tell the
Yes.
planes they've got to go a different way. You know, there's plenty of ways to get there from there.
Okay.
But I am worried about when we start doing a sewer project, when we come down here with that line to here and then we come across right there. I just sent something to Stantec to see if that would shut, you know, because they're gonna dig this up to put that sewer line in there. And that's right on the, I guess you call it the northeast side of you know, that's a drop off right there.
I was gonna say, is it,
That's what you
are
see
they
when
going
you-
before the drop, are they going at the drop off, or
Well, when
at
you
the-
come down 104, you can see this hillside right
Right.
here, right?
are they gonna be on top of that hillside?
No, they're gonna be, that line is gonna come down this hillside right here to their sewage plant, which is right there.
Right there.
Okay? And there'll be a line cut through here, through these trees, and we'll make sure we don't do it so we don't affect the bats. Right, Paul? And then it's gonna come across this property, which is ours, over to about here.
Now, that's coming on the top of the hill, down the hillside, the dark.
Well, we're down the
We're
hill.
down at the bottom of the hill,
Yeah,
right?
so this is, right here's where that road drops off. It starts falling down until it gets to State Route 104. So if you're coming up this road, you know you start coming up the hill right here.
Right.
When you get to the top of the hill, so this pipeline is gonna be on this side. It's gonna come underneath the road and it's gonna come down. This is a big hill right here, so it comes all the way down this hill, all the way down to the sewage plant, which will be decommissioned. And so then there'll be a lift station, a pump station right
Right.
here. This will be the first one. And then then the line will run from this pump station across this property here, which is ours.
Now, is that's the flight path that I'm wondering about, is that on top
Yes.
of the hill?
Well, no, it's at
That's
the
at the
very
bottom.
bottom of the
At the
hill.
very bottom of the hill.
But I don't know if having that equipment in there or whatever,
Is that gonna stop, shut the airport down?
it could for a day or two until they get it through there.
Yeah.
I don't know, that's what I'm asking now. I don't know if that'll affect it or not. I think it will, but I don't know. And then this is an easement that we're trying to acquire from the landowner right
So
now.
give me an indication just from the runway where the hillside begins, where the top of the hill ends and it goes down that deep grade.
Well, the top of the hill, actually, if you see this, you can barely see see how the mowing goes this way?
Yeah,
Okay? So from this point down, it goes downhill all the way to here.
I mean the steep part.
Yeah, that's it. From
That's the
here,
whole- that's
all the
the
way
whole
down
grade.
there, yeah.
Okay.
In fact, when you drive by there now, you can see this little dirty spot. I think we had a groundhog in there we got rid of.
A lot of damage.
But yeah, it's a pretty big drop off. Well, you can see it when you drive by.
Yeah, when you drive
I mean,
by,
It's
yeah.
pretty big. We've talked about putting Ross County Airport across there.
If they'll let you do that.
I don't think they'd have a problem with it.
Sarah, I think somebody just brought a bid in there. Could you run and get it?
So that's where we are,
Okay.
okay?
Because at first we was gonna run it straight down Stone Road to 104 and come south on 104.
Yeah, if you've been out there the
But
last
that's a
couple of
floodplain,
weeks,
so we
they've
can't.
been moving that fiber optic line out there.
Yeah.
So they moved it to the other side of the other side of the road. And then our stuff is gonna run down, the west side of this road. All the way down to here, and then it's gonna come underneath the road here. Come down the hill. And then across here. Till we can get off our property, and then there's a little easement we need right here to run that line. Well, get comfortable there, young man.
Can I Can I please get comfortable? What you got?
Got something for us to sign real quick?
Not signed, but he'd like for you to pass a resolution on 2 bridge projects that we're doing.
I want to print.
With, the first one would be with Carpenter Marty Transportation for design of a new bridge over CSX Railroad on Musgrove Road, paid for by the S1B loan. And it's for not to exceed $497,141.26.
I didn't hear that.
It's not to exceed $497,141.26.
Okay.
And that is the bridge that is on Musgrove Road there, close to, by Lancaster Road. The railroad structure.
Right, okay.
We just got an email there, didn't we?
And then, do you want to do that one first and do this?
Yeah, let's take them one at a time. Unless are they related?
Well,
Or
they're
separate.
They're separate.
Okay, let's just take them one at a time then. Go ahead and do that one.
Okay, do you want to look at it?
Yeah.
How do you feel? What did the doctor say?
Then Jeff is gonna sign it after lunch sometime, and I don't know if he'll bring them back out for your signatures, or I will.
Like your card, man.
Later, try
This is, Jeff Marshall.
I think you
Yeah,
got-
Jeff, no, I'm sorry, Jeff Lane. So Jeff Marshall's already signed.
Well, Jeff will be up here later, so
Oh,
we'll get a
is he?
sign, so you don't have to.
Maybe.
Well,
Maybe.
Jeff Lane.
Yeah.
Name.
I'm supposed to meet him with Lloyd, I guess.
Oh, okay. He'll be up here too, so it's up to you.
Well, well, I guess just leave him, and then he can sign up there, and then you guys can sign, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That'll work for me. I got one more.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, he'd like for you to pass a resolution to enter into contract with BG Engineering Group. It's the design to build a new bridge over the Ohio South Central Railroad on West Junction Bridge. That's the one that's closed right now. And it's going to be paid for through gas tax and motor vehicle tax.
Okay.
And the design, not to exceed $200,119. I'll just tell Charlie that you guys are gonna keep them.
Yeah,
Jeff's
right,
gonna
draw the
sign it, and you guys will
resolution.
sign them later, okay?
Okay.
All right,
All
thank
right,
you very
appreciate
much,
it.
appreciate it.
All right, I'll let you know when
You
they're
got it taken
ready.
care of. Sorry about that. Nah. That's all right. You both. Sorry. See you, buddy. That's perfect. Take it over and give that to the principal board. Who's your insurance? So you don't want to do it? Nope, that's it, thanks, Andy. I think you guys know Andy hurt his back, right? He's been off work a little bit. For his back, he's been moving, and he was headed, huh? He was headed to surgeon's office up in last
Did you sign it?
last
We'll
week.
do it back.
dropped a box off the back of their truck.
I think I'm
They
back.
weren't paying attention because the radio was.
Look,
Next one.
boom. Tore his truck all
Who was that?
up. Some dude was hauling trash or a junk guy, you know, in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
There was a law enforcement officer behind him that was like a forestry guy. And he called it in, but he, you know, they couldn't catch the guy, but big wooden box fell off the back of the truck. His truck. He's had no luck. Dude's back out going to the doctor and got hit by a box.
Idea when that happens.
He's gonna have to start living a little cleaner.
Yeah.
Kathy, is this us? Here or here?
No, we're going to 30. To the right.
County of Ross, Ohio.
Okay. Is that the resolution? Restitution. I'll be okay.
No, I'll just type.
Type one up,
It
okay.
says that you approved the design work and
Okay.
amount. You won't have to sign that resolution, I'll just sign it.
Okay, good.
These are both just to pay the consultant.
Hmm?
These are both just to pay the consultant.
I thought it was for design.
Right.
With us, we're paying the design. Design of the bridge.
$700,000 for designing 2 bridges.
That need to be signed.
Hmm?
These need to be signed.
We sign before the resolution or after?
Yeah, the resolution will just be something that says you've accepted the price and
Yeah.
I can sign, I can sign the resolution.
I can get through this stuff and have to sign it when it's.
Because Jeff Mark's already signed up on it.
Yeah.
Agreed to it.
Is this who Charlie normally uses for bridges, or have we just not seen one in such a long time?
Just haven't seen it in a long time. I'm sorry, but we have. For the design. That second one at West Junction, is that where it was? The second one, that bridge is shut down.
West Junction,
Yeah, it's shut down.
yeah.
next time, next Monday, we're just gonna have fair meeting with proclamations, and then we'll put the Devin and Ryan on August 11th agenda, along with the staff meeting.
Staff meeting,
Was that 700,000 to re-engineer a bridge? Just to re-engineer?
Yeah.
How long has the original bridge been in there?
That's one of the railroad, that's another one of the railroad tracks that's been there for a while. Yeah.
That's actually the total of the two combined.
Yeah, two combined, it's about $700,000.
So Sarah, you got the building department video out?
Got the building department video out. I have hours, but Ashley's on vacation and she needs to change some wording for our office, so she'll fix that on Wednesday.
Okay.
And then I also have the planning department.
That ought to be a fun one.
Yeah. It's cute. I still want to go. I'm not extremely happy with the clips that we have of Kim, so I'm going to go re-record her.
I'm not happy with the ones you have with me. Can't you read?
We can.
Like, not showing my face.
I think a good one to do coming up would be EMA.
Yeah, EMA is next.
Okay.
Yep.
And then,
And was Mark out? No? I think we're supposed to meet next week, I think is where I have that on my
He's
calendar.
on Wednesday on vacations.
Not
Oh,
till
that's
September. Yeah.
yeah, that's the end of September or something.
Yeah. Yep, we just talked last week about that, and I think we're supposed to meet next week. Josh, they had some things, so I think that's when he put me on, was next week. I don't have my calendar up here. But yep, they're our next one, and then litter control, and then we should be done.
And then, maybe we start doing the other county departments.
Okay.
Judges, prosecutor.
Well, Mr. Lowe said no on that, so you
You don't
guys
want them to
discuss
do-
on that.
Do introductions of the other county offices.
You
Let 'em
said they
get
could
their
make
own
their own.
page.
So that's where I called Tim a little on that.
departments over there.
Do, yes?
Yeah, I think maybe I'll put out an email to all the office,
Okay.
elected officials, and see if they want to participate or not.
Okay.
It'll be up to them.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Transfer to the park, it was that 25,750.
We knocked that out. Didn't we knock that Park District 300 off of there? I'm pretty sure I have that marked out.
I don't remember. I have to look at my green one.
See, that's what I was thinking too, that we did,
I didn't bring my originals.
It's 100,000,007,997.
We got all marked up in here. Grab it.
Yeah, I didn't bring my handwritten copy, but I'm pretty sure I had that marked out because they had that in their budget. We put it in unassigned. It's a double hit, so that should be scratched out.
That 300 should be taken out?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, man.
And that puts the unassigned budget for 2026 below 2025 levels. And ours is already 200,000 or 600,000 below what we spent this year.
Yeah. This is from Jeff that I'm looking at here.
Yeah, that's just what Kathy and I worked on last week.
Well, that's what I thought, but this copy here came from Jeff that he just sent.
Yeah, he just copied it, he didn't put any,
Any changes to it?
major changes that I know of.
Yeah, we did change that to 285.
That's out, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it in the same line? That 7997?
Now, is that marked out what you sent him? And he made copies of?
Yeah, this is what I sent him. Or it's what I filled in. Unless it's,
So he added that back in?
that's probably, he probably added that in because that's their request.
But it's in their budget. If it's in their budget and it's unassigned, it's a double hit.
Well, I don't think we took it out, because I've got it marked in here in the blue ink. Maybe that was a question that we had for him, whether it's in their budget as well.
Yeah.
So that's probably one that we.
That's all accumulated costs for 2026. If it's in there twice, it shouldn't be. And she's got it in her budget.
Yeah, we've got 300 there, and we put 285 down here in the other one. You're looking at commissioners.
Yeah, I say, because it's under the Park District, the 285 is here. But he still has the $300,000 up there, so that $300,000 shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
We agreed to fund
It should
it
be
at
zero.
285.
And we've got a question, I've got a question mark beside that one.
Okay.
Yeah. They had requested 300, we approved 285.
Five.
Yeah.
So that 300 should not be in unassigned.
He was gonna send the tax budget today shortly too, but I haven't seen it yet to approve.
Isn't that on the email that he sent up at 8:14 this morning?
Well, that's not the tax budget. That's just the general fund all expenses budget. The tax budget was the original. He hasn't sent that one yet this morning. He said he was going to. That was at 9 o'clock. send it within the hour, so it's not been quite an hour yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was our question, Jack, whether or not they should be in both of those line items, because we didn't have an answer for that. I don't know the answer to it, whether it's for something else or not, so. But I do still have a question mark beside it.
Yeah, they also had, a loan to Buckskin. Does that get taken out?
It was Springfield, I think, and that did get taken out because that's already been appropriated.
They're
Yeah.
both out, okay.
Yeah.
Because that's happening this year.
Yeah.
Just, Kathy, look at 7102. No, yes.
Which one, what's that, unassigned or commissioners?
Well, it's commissioners, it's contract repairs. One has $8,800, and on another page, on page 2, has $5,500. Same number.
What is the number for that? The two
04.
redundant numbers, 04 and, they're both 04?
No, one's 04 and the other's done 0.
04 is,
You got your chart of accounts,
yeah, it's a different account.
Okay,
it's a different department.
well, it's under commissioners.
Yeah, but
No,
it's,
but that's, we have building department, we
Yeah.
have litter department.
Okay.
yeah.
It kind of threw me off there for a while, thinking,
Yeah,
okay.
they will have the same 4 digits.
Okay.
Numbers.
The last, okay.
It's the same thing.
The front 2 numbers is different, okay, 04. Okay.
That's a different piece of apple dumpling pie.
I'm just. Oh, 04, 7106, Kathy.
Rentals, that's one we had a question on too.
Because it's, 2023 was 38, 2024 it was 32. And it was budgeted for 42 in 2025, but it's a 0 in 2026.
And we couldn't see the history on that when we tried to pull it up, that's why that's not filled in, because we weren't sure what the history of what those funds had been spent
Right,
on.
okay.
Investment advisory board, is that Nick and Jeffers?
Yeah. Figures Zucker on the end.
Yeah.
I'll give him a buzz, see if he's on his way up. So I got a 10.
Yeah, really good. How about 04, I'll look with it. 04 7157.
That is, I think, I can't remember what it was for. That's maintenance paid for on everything.
Where we got 32,000, 25,000.
Good morning.
You guys are late.
I know.
How much does this take?
No,
We're right on time.
you're off. Your watch is off.
Verizon
Yeah.
time.
I think we need to get this one calibrated.
Now
Actually,
it's
according to this one, I'm still on time.
Yeah, who knows what that clock does?
Uh-huh.
How are you, sir?
Just fine for everybody else. Good to see you.
Hi.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, who knows what that clock
Look
does?
at Tom, man, looking good.
Yeah, I decided to put pink on today.
Uh-huh.
On the tie. and
Looking
nothing.
sharp today.
Been bright today, so
It's very summery.
very. I can do with every top tie. I get on David
Before
and
you
Jack.
leave, I got something for you to sign.
I get on David and
Okay.
Jack both because they come in and wear jackets and everything like that. And Kathy didn't let us turn the air on. So it's hot.
I don't know what happened in this commissioner's office, but it always used to be freezing in here. Like, that was actually the only reason I brought my jacket, is just so I wasn't freezing.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Good morning, floor is yours.
Absolutely. It's great to be here with you all to this beautiful Thursday, Monday, Thursday. I'm losing track. It's just started the week here. But no, it's great to be here with you all today. First and foremost, any questions or anything we want to make sure we cover with our time?
Man, we like what you're doing with the stock market so far.
All right, good. And I was going to start it off with some participation and get us, chatting this morning. How many rate cuts are we getting between now and the end of the year? Any guesses? 0, 1, 2, 2 plus, we'll call it. I'm holding y'all to it too. So
I'm gonna say 2+.
Okay, 2 plus. Okay.
Yeah, before the end of the year.
Yeah, before the end of the year, I'm gonna say 0. But
Okay. End of the year. We need 2 plus next year.
Yeah.
Okay.
2+ next year.
All right, Jack. Anything on your? Any guesses?
That's a start trouble.
Yeah.
Who knows what's gonna happen
Yeah.
and who's the rebuttal he's gonna get, so.
Sure. Now, some exciting news on the meter front. We actually rolled out a new reporting system. So, I'll print out a copy here. So it's have you liked it so far? The new-
I do like it.
Yeah.
I do like it, although I do miss getting the email when it's ready.
Okay.
You guys don't do that anymore. That was always my reminder that I've got to,
You know what?
update
It might
our
be
pay
your
and
junk. We'll have to your junk.
I'll double check that.
Double check, yeah.
I'll double check
So
that.
anyway, so it's an online, has an online portal too, so all historical information is stored. So it's the top line reporting system that we're happy about. It's got economic commentary, all that good stuff. So I just printed one out today just so you could get a flavor for what that looks like. But we're going to dive into the information here as far as the economics go, which leads into my little fun that we were trying to have here a second ago. As far as where the Fed funds expectations are moving into the future. And so the current Fed funds rate is at 4.33, and it trades within its Fed fund range of 4.25 in that 4.5% range. But as the market, what's called this futures market, which is pricing in where the expectation is into the future. And so this is as of July of 17th here, so last week. But just giving an idea of, again, where we're at, expectations are at 2025 into December of 2026. You can see that between now and the end of the year, the market's pricing in, call it two rate cuts, 1.5 rate cuts between now and the end of the year, taking the Fed funds rates down to that 3.96%. And by the end of 2026, the rate pricing in at a 3.17%. So again, expectation that rates continue to move lower. It's just a matter of how much and when that looks to be taking place by the end of next 2 years.
So what you're saying is their guess isn't any good, better than ours.
You have that magic 8 ball.
Yeah,
that's probably-
at every meeting. I think the big story certainly is centering around, inflation and employment being the two things that are continuing to be monitored. Obviously you have the White House positioning where, putting pressure on the Fed to wanting them to cut interest rates. Our CIO, we had a meeting on last Wednesday, and he was saying, it's kind of like the old adage of the the basketball coach that's yelling at the referee to call for that foul, and the referee's not calling the foul, but you're warming him up for that call in the fourth quarter.
Udi definitely knows nothing about that.
Okay. So
He always makes the right calls all the time.
All the time.
all the time. So that, it seems to be a little bit of the case of what the jockeying that's going on right now, and
He grabs names.
that's the okay. Okay, that's what I was going to. All right. So that seems a perfect analogy then. I mean,
Pretty good. He had no
That was
idea.
pretty good. That was pretty good. I like it.
Yeah.
He had no idea what was good.
This was built for Udi.
That's great. That's great. So when we look at, again, inflation and where we're coming out, whether it's year over year and the 3-month annualized, we're still above the 2% target, but we have been trending lower. Last quarter, year over year quarter projection, we did see a little bump, but you're hearing more talk from Treasurer Bessent, who's in line to be the Fed chair as one of the candidates. That is 2% really realistic? Is it more of 3%? We're looking at GDP to debt ratio more in line with 3%. So this 3-3-3 concept you're hearing talked about more and more. And then actually when you look at the 3-month annualized, we're actually below that 2%. And so you're hearing more talk now with, obviously the tariff stuff is starting to settle down. You're hearing more businesses talking about where they're not passing the cost to the consumer, but rather they're eating it into their profits and figuring out ways to be more profitable internally versus passing it to the consumer. So that was a big fear kind of coming out with all the whole tariff situation, is how are tariffs going to be digested by businesses.
I'd still say this chart would make a whole lot more sense if it was cumulative and not year over year.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah.
Because instead of this, you'd have this.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. Growth continues to be a big story in the marketplace, whether you're looking at GDP, but a component of that would be the consumer. Consumer makes up 2/3 of that the GDP calculation, specifically when you look at retail sales. So monitoring where retail sales are coming in, whether retail sales are an economic metric, not to read word for word here, that track the consumer demand for finished products. So we know that's an important factor as we look at the overarching growth of households. What's really interesting is when you look at overarching growth, looking at the consumer in general, those that make over $250,000 as a household account for over 50% of retail spending. So you really think about that. There is a component that the top end earners are propelling the economy right now. With the lower income earners are starting to feel some pain across the board there. Specifically with heightened interest rates too, which affect credit card. When you're looking at delinquencies or 90+ day delinquency rates, which we remain historically in a lower index, but still seeing some signs that that the consumer has started to default and weigh some weight of those credit card delinquencies there on that front. Employment, we get our jobs numbers are coming out here Friday. Some murmurings of only 100,000 jobs created for the month, so that continues to be something of focus and of the Fed's monitoring from that front. It was interesting. I was listening to Bloomberg on the way over here, and one of the questions was asked: would the Fed be more receptive to cut interest rates if the unemployment number comes in lower than expected, or higher? Excuse me, on that front. And the thought was, well, do they get the economic data before we all see it on Friday? And they don't. Historically, they get that information Thursday night, and then we have the meetings on, would be that first Friday of the month. So it's anticipated that even if the unemployment rate comes in higher, less jobs created, that there's not going to be any changes from at this next meeting on that front. But when you're looking at weekly initial jobless claims from whether it's a 4-week average or the continuing jobless claims, you're starting to see that change. And obviously we know the Fed is monitoring unemployment You're hearing more businesses starting to figure out how they want to expand through this portion of the economic cycle that we're currently on. And one stat I actually saw that was really interesting was, make sure I can articulate this correctly. College graduates, the Gen Z, I believe it is right now, the 20 to 25-year-olds, the unemployment rate is close to 7%. So these people graduating, student loan debt, are having a harder time finding jobs. And you're finding AI, to some degree, is taking a lot of these entry-level jobs up front, and it's starting to change the way that businesses are looking to, again, change their business models. We talked about if there's tariffs involved, they're not passing that cost to the consumer, but maybe they're hiring less and they're using technology to their advantage. On that front, is something we're continuing to monitor as we move forward here.
There's a lot of volatility right now just because of the AI, like you say, being taking over some jobs, and then there's the Doge and layoffs and the tech layoffs. Those are all kind of happening at the same time.
Yeah.
But I think that people going back to work too, the productivity index has gone up. And that might result of some overhiring when work from home was a popular thing, and now when they're back in the office. Initially productivity goes up when you start a work from home campaign, but over the long term it doesn't last.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a lot of unique reasons right now why unemployment's ticking up. I'm not nervous about that at all.
Yeah, we're not either. I think the one thing you think about too is from the stock. Mentioned the stock market. Obviously it doesn't necessarily draw everything that we're doing here, but obviously our debt to GDP ratio, outstanding debt, that changes longer term interest rates. Based upon what our ability to pay back that debt, and the investors on that investor front. But you think about the amount of money that are in money market funds that's sitting in cash currently that has this risk-free mindset, knowing how high short-term rates are. And so the big thought is you start to see more investment into the market. You're seeing the administrations roll on being positive tech, making deals, that this money that's sitting in cash, when rates start moving lower, starts moving back into the market, which then propels growth. Propels growth, which would propel the fixed income world that we're in today.
Funny part of that is I have two nephews that make a living doing that.
Okay.
And technically they're unemployed, but they make a very good living playing the market.
Playing the market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of young people that are doing that really successfully right now.
For sure.
So,
Yeah.
why not? But technically they're unemployed.
Yep, it's true. It's true. They're starting their own family office, right? Or building their own wealth there. So you saw that a lot coming out of the pandemic too, with traders. So looking at the 5-year Treasury yields, just to give everybody an idea of where we're at, and we're going to look at this from the portfolio perspective here today. But again, the 5-year Treasury hovered around 5%. I mean, when we look historically speaking, these are great entry points in the market. Again, we all remember the times when interest rates were, less than 1% to some degree. And, we've bounced off those over, every 10 years we see, changes in interest rate cycles. Maybe this feels a little different than maybe it was back in, 2020, 2021, or 2022 to, call it 2023 even. Or 2012 to 2013. But, still great times to get into the market when we can lock in this budgetary interest income. And a couple of things, when we're buying these yields, if interest rates move lower, that increases the market value on those bonds. So there's unrealized gains even sitting on these securities that, in the event that we wanted to reallocate or generate some additional income, we certainly can ahead of that income schedule. So again, great entry points. These continue to be good times to get into the market, which we've been saying for the last, call it year and a half. So.
Yeah. 20 and 21 was before the pandemic.
Yes, sir. That's correct. So you had the Fed drop interest rates to zero overnight.
Exactly. There's a very, very quick drop in interest
Yeah, I was
rates.
thinking, you look at it and I'm thinking, well, 12 and 13 wasn't bad. I mean, it went down. But then you look at 20 and 21, I'm thinking, yeah, that's the pandemic done that, because we went from 1 to, you know, almost 2 to the bottom's up now.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
And that's quite literally what happened. The bottom dropped out.
Yeah.
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 So they made
That's
some
right.
pretty big changes pretty quickly, and it was reflected in the returns that you saw. But then, of course, obviously with the following inflation and the reaction by the Federal Reserve to increase those rates, then you see it immediately jump right back up, and that's just always one of those things. As we started the entire conversation out, what do we think is going to happen over the next 6 months? Your guess is as good as ours, but we're going to try and make our best educated guess there.
Yeah, absolutely. So the thought is still to extend that weighted average maturity to push us over that 2.5 years. Currently coming in at 252 with the weighted average yield coming in at 273. Expectation is that we try to push that weighted average maturity, get it closer to 2.6, and settle in there as our target over the next quarter to 6 months. Continue to be a focus on that front. When you look at the overall portfolio structure, the goal is to bleed down that 0 to 1 year space and continue to extend out 3 to 5+ years is a big focus of ours. We are monitoring opportunities to buy securities, which under your policy, we're allowed to go out past 5 years and buying some of these higher yielding securities that we can hold for longer than a 5-year period of time, which allows us to hold on to that interest income for longer. It's a big focus of us, for us. Total earnings, fiscal year to date, $1.4 million on just your securities. The remaining projected fiscal year income expected to earn is roughly $1.5 million. So you're going to settle in right around that $3 million watermark on just your securities earnings for the fiscal year. Yep. So that wouldn't include cash.
Does that include the,
So no, to expand on that, that does not include Star Ohio, that we also have about $25 million there, and we're looking at projected this year. Now we are starting to get into the heavy part of the drawdown of the ACGP grant fund money, so you'll start seeing a decrease in principal that we had invested there.
That includes that.
So there's portions of the ACGP grant money in the US Bank portfolio and in the Star Ohio. But I've kept the Star portfolio at a higher level, expecting the drawdown schedule to start heating up, especially as we start to get right here in the middle of summer and those projects are really starting to roll. But with that said, I think throughout the remainder of the year, I think we could expect somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 to $1.2 million in interest income and generated in the Star Ohio portfolio, in addition to what we see here in the US Bank. But I would anticipate, depending on what happens with the rates, interest rates, and with how fast the drawdown of ACGP grant money, our yields from Star Ohio will likely not be as high next year.
That will be a race to the finish line next year.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be really accelerated as they draw closer to that October 19th, 2026 due date that they have to have that money spent by. So you're going to see a racetrack.
Yeah.
You know, it's been kind of hodgy-podgy up to this point, but probably this fall to next fall is going to be whirlwind with money coming out of the account.
And that's basically what we're expecting, exactly. That money's going to start coming out of that account pretty quickly. And then, of course, obviously, that we won't be seeing the benefits of the being able to invest that money as it's going back out and going to those projects. So while it's been a giant boon to our portfolio over the time that we've been able to invest that cash, it's not going to be forever.
Yeah, and how do you, with the maturing of the accounts that sits in right now, you have any anxiety over managing that when the maturity comes due on the accounts versus having to pay that out?
So no, there's the reason why I keep it in Star is basically the very simple way to put it. It's like a savings account for government money. So I'm able to move that between that investment portfolio, that bucket, over to our operating account and make that available for distribution to those other municipalities for the ACGP grant funding. So that's the reason.
You gotta wait.
And the biggest thing there is because the yield's been so high, it's not that there's been an opportunity cost putting it there instead of the US Bank portfolio, but then I don't have to manage our maturities in line with the spend schedule on that money. As long as I make sure that there's a buffer there, and then I have heads up on when those disbursements, specifically the larger one, goes out, then I can make sure that the operating account always has the money needed for those distributions. So no issues there. That's actually something that Devin Shoemaker and his team, working with that, have been fantastic. They gave us all the information we needed to know what to expect there, and I think things are going pretty well to plan.
Smart money management, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good. Awesome. So then the last page here, just to get into an idea of the yield by maturity distribution. And we looked on the 2 slides ago where we talked about the average of yields, and again, this is more for a budgetary perspective. That we know that 4 to 5 year investment bucket is coming in at a 4%. So we know $22 million is going to earn 4% for the next 5 years. And so David can budget for that income that we would expect for that time period. Mm-hmm. And the same thing would be said with the 4 year, the 3 year, all coming in above 4+%, with the lower yielding buckets being that the 2 year and 0 to 1 year space. But again, those are going to be rolling off at an average of a 265 yield. They're going to be going back in at a 4+%. So again, we would expect over the next 12 months, we see incremental addition to interest income, even if interest rates are falling lower, because we're having those lower yielding bonds that we bought during the pandemic start to roll off. But otherwise, we're in great shape.
Good shape, yeah.
Yep.
A year ago, we were shaking in our boots a little bit.
Yeah. And we didn't know it was going to happen, right? So.
I think it gets interesting when we start talking about the money, the savings, I think at some point in time we have to, some of this has to turn up to the taxpayers in improved systems and improved highways, just things that we pay cash as we go, because no one up here is interested in debt. We've talked a little bit about that, and we're not ready to press that button yet. So we're trying to determine the best course forward with maintaining our facilities and other projects that are coming up. So we might have some further discussion on that, and just seek input and let's just agree to the best course forward. But we sure would like, sitting here as a bank making money is not the function of this office, and it needs to show back up for the taxpayers. And that can be in a rebate on property taxes. There's a lot of different things that are dynamically engaged right now, and we're looking for the best solution forward, and to still grow the county at the same time. We know that ultimately, if we grow the county, our finances are going to be taken care of. Mm-hmm. We'll do it by numbers. We'll do it by quantity instead of quality, and everybody can live here at a low cost of living. That's the objective of everybody in the building. So how we get there and how we manage that along the way so that we never get hurt by it. We can go ahead and take some risk, but it's got to be calculated and well thought through risk, and that we agree with.
Yep.
So, I say all that just to tee up that, we'll be talking in depth in the future about how we're going to manage our money and how we're going to utilize that for the benefit of the taxpayers in this county. And that'll be all departments involved, and but you and the auditor play an important role in this. And so there's things that we have to make good decisions from, and not just kind of throw things out there in terms of knee-jerk reaction or the fad of the day. So we're going to take our time to think this through so we don't make big mistakes.
Yeah.
So we'll be asking for your help on that, and particularly you, David.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sounds good. I'm happy to help. Like I said, whenever you guys are ready for those discussions, then we'll do whatever we can to facilitate that. But I agree. The goal should always be return value to taxpayers. Right. You know what I mean? That's who we serve, and that is all of our shared goals.
Okay.
Awesome.
We appreciate your good work.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate your
Thank
time.
you. Good
Good to
job.
see everyone. Here's this extra I brought. Just one down here if you want to just check it out.
Oh, yeah.
See it too. I'll see a couple of homes, I should say.
See you later.
We'll see you later.
Marietta Road.
Appreciate it. See you guys.
And this is just their, what do you call their,
Turn sign, though, man.
Oh, we got
Lowe's,
bid
and
opening.
first time built front.
Marietta Road. Yeah, it must be.
We got one.
You know where they've been doing all that work, there's Marietta Road there, you see where they've been pumping and stuff.
So actually, I've been purposely avoiding this entire area for most of the last 2 months. If I don't have to go anywhere here, I don't.
That must be where they're putting the lift station right there.
Okay, interesting.
So they want your signature on there.
Okay. Somebody got a pen handed
Right there. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
You gentlemen will do the same.
Appreciate it, fellas.
See you later. Thanks a lot, David.
Yep.
This came over from the mayor's office. They're getting ready to put a lift station in over here by Hernstein's.
Oh, great. Yay.
Looks like they're putting it right here by Hernstein's.
Okay.
Put it right there on the curb where.
You know where they, yeah. You know where they've been doing all that work? You've seen, there's a bunch of manholes there and they've been pumping stuff back and forth.
Yeah.
I think that's where they're putting it right there.
Curb and Marietta Road.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is going on here? They're building something, it's either here or there, one of the two. I think it's here. They're building all kinds of stuff. I mean, there are bulldozers and everything.
That's inside, over by the river, is that what you're talking about?
No, this is, here's 35.
Right.
And as soon as you make this curve, right, as soon as you're going to go west on 35 and coming off 3523,
Uh-huh.
as soon as you make that, right there at that curve, it's either in this side here or here.
I don't know, I haven't paid any attention to it.
I think it's right there.
Is it storage for the road?
No, this is, I mean, they got bulldozers and all kinds of stuff delivering that ground out right there.
Beats me.
I don't know if something's gonna be built
Don't know,
in here or not.
Good morning.
don't know.
Do you have anything?
Might be an ODOT thing, I don't
I don't know
know.
if it can be signed today. I just got the.
You know, see, that's like, you know, everybody was
today.
complaining
That's why I
because
just brought it over.
they tore the old
We'll see what we can do.
Sunburger building down and all stuff like that, but that's where the sheet's gonna go. And then somebody complained because they tore the craft mall down.
This is where we're going.
Yeah.
I don't.
So they tore the craft mall that's
Hello, how are you? Good, how are you? Good.
I might have another package coming over today, so if you
I'll
see
let you
something,
know.
let me know. It says it's out for
that's
delivery.
bridge.
Okay.
It's my fair stuff.
What's that?
There,
like?
oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Is that
Where are you at
Menard?
this
Menard?
year?
Okay, the
The
craft mall
outside on
is right,
54.
right here, or right in here somewhere.
Isn't that where the old Anderson's, jewelry store and all that was in that property too?
Mhm.
Craft mall in there. Yeah, remember when they tore that building down, then the
Yeah.
craft mall was going too.
Well, they tore the craft mall down within
This is
last
Sam's
2 weeks.
Club, this is Sam's Club right here.
Yeah.
And this is Dick's and,
Okay, well, I need to put it farther than, well, these,
yeah, it's all.
yeah, that's off, yeah. Because they tore the Subway, Sunburger building down a long time ago, a couple of years ago, a year ago. And then they just tore the craft mall down, it's right there at the entrance of Menards, to put the sheets in there.
Well, the sheets is going where they tore, the burger place.
Sunburger.
Sunburger.
and-
Right.
and-
Sunburger, but there was a craft mall right beside, there was a craft mall right beside it. They just tore the craft mall down within the last 2 weeks to put the sheets in there.
I think it's a weird place for the sheets.
I do too.
Yeah, that's just gonna
Most
snarl
traffic,
things
yeah,
up.
it is.
I'm just glad it's going, not gonna be a very big, it's gonna be a small one.
Yeah, but you know,
Like
people will
people
still
serve.
pull in there.
Okay, the lift station.
Yeah, you sign there, Jack. David's not here, so I have to hold it for another week. You good, Mr. Lowe?
Good. I got some upside down.
I need to stand up again. Thank you. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm all right.
Can I have 10:30? All of it. I got one bid.
All right.
Who is it from?
Duncan and Daniel.
There you go. I can almost miss the paper.
Slice Meyer from Duncan and Daniels Enterprises. They're or replace one existing home sewage disposal system. 149 Camlin Hill Road.
Doing our Monday thing.
$7,415.
What was that amount again?
Hmm?
What was that amount again?
The amount?
Yes.
$7,415.
Okay.
It's off this afternoon.
Okay. Thank you.
Getting more money?
You guys have a good day.
See you later.
Bye.
Not on that one. I know.
UPCLA.
The water pollution control law payment,
Yeah.
payment. That's in it.
They're asking for 14,166 pay route 772, $12,326.75.
So moved.
I'll second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
You guys got a minute to talk to Kim about these papers she needs signed for,
Yeah.
for the NEPA loan?
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. There are 3 documents for
Come on,
the
show it to 'em.
for the
We don't
WPCLF.
She started screaming at us.
Yeah. The so for the 104 sewer project, we have the $4 million loan through the state. It's the WPCLF, and these are 3 documents that need signed by you, Jack. And this is just a certification that the county's not been debarred or suspended. Pretty basic.
We hope.
And so that's that. And then loan compliance is that we agree not to use the money for anything else, and standard. And then cybersecurity industry standards, which if we just have to say that we understand cybersecurity is important, and that we include it into the county has cybersecurity measures. There's 3. If I gotta get a copy of it. Yes.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion. All in favor, say aye.
Kim, I'm working on that site opinion too, but, so I got this from Katie, where it shows all the properties and all the easements and where everything is gonna be. But until we get those easements, I don't know how I can get him to sign that.
Yeah.
So how soon do you have to have that?
Just when we turn in the application 30 days before the project starts. So I think our new date is October 1st.
Okay.
So September 1st. for
I know
this.
they're working on those, and we can talk about this on Thursday. Are you gonna be on the call?
Yep, I'll be there.
Which one is Cheryl?
He's here with the senior citizens.
I thought maybe he was putting out a series of my face.
Get copies of that.
Fantastic, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah,
Kathy,
yeah, we'll get that. Let me get this. Okay,
I know you need them.
and then that's just the same thing I sent an email about.
You folks can go in and have a seat if you want.
Good morning.
Morning. Morning. I have some information for you,
Okay.
like our services, and this is the Healthy Aging Grant, that's everything we did with it. Okay? How are you? Good to see you.
How you folks doing today? Good. Good, thank you. We'll get started at 10:45, just in case the press shows up.
Did you get over there, Kelly? I was just reading the email. Okay.
Can I get you guys to pass this around for me with the name and phone number?
All right, thank you. What have you been up to?
Oh, bad.
All bad? Which one? Where the houses was across from Union School. That's a pretty good sign. Yes, that's a good sign. And it's a good sign. Yeah, that's a good sign. Good road. That's all federal land, right? So you talk about where the houses were and the farm in the back? Yeah. My understanding, the state actually, well, they may. You know, we deal with that every time we deal with Sherman Park. Because Sherman Park was owned by the federal east to the states. And the states.
I thought you said Tracy.
And then when I went to the page size, it says legal, but
Sticks up there. Yeah. So.
oh, okay. Thank you very much.
What was that? That's been years ago. So you don't see it from there. It's treated at the DRC. Yeah. Right, that's that same line. It is. Comes right down Moundsville Road. Ties into that 30-inch right there. Did you guys sign this? Thank you.
What's your name? Oh, I see him now. She can't belong to school. She's not school. Preschool. She's not that old. She can come as old as she. Oh, okay. I thought she was coming too. Back home. But he said he was starting in time. They just want to see if General County would come.
It's like watching paint dry. Sorry. We always do wait till the meeting time so that the press wants to come in.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yes. What you just said? Yes. Oh, no, I agree with you. Oh, no, yes, it was, yeah.
Finally, I have 10:45. So, welcome. Glad to see you all today. We're here to take a look at getting the levy renewed on the ballot. And we've got all the necessary paperwork from the senior center. And how's things going with the senior center? Everybody pretty well satisfied with the way things are working?
No.
No?
I knew you should have asked.
That's
Huh?
one of the things that we want to address today and see if we can come to some sort of agreement that Adelphi and Bainbridge are included. So I'd like to know with that how what is happening. Let's take Bainbridge first. So what is happening that the services in Bainbridge are not covered by Ross County Service Center, Senior Service Center?
And who are you asking?
I'm asking Bainbridge.
We're not getting any assistance from them at all. And we feel like part of the money proceeds should be helping Bainbridge. Communication is a problem. When we call, we don't get our calls returned. We've jumped through several hoops trying to get the meals reinstated that were canceled after COVID, and we've been asking that for 2 years and still haven't gotten them.
And when did this start? When the pandemic hit? Yeah. Okay. So, what, I guess I'm asking why that is and what will it take to fix this?
Can I give you a little bit of information, and then I'll let you know what we've kind of talked about on the site, okay? Just a reminder of what our mission statement is that the mission of the Ross County Committee for Elderly is to provide high-quality in-home and community-based services to those 60 years of age and older and help enhance and extend their quality of life. Our purpose is for the senior citizens of Ross County to age in place for as long as possible. This is made possible by high-quality in-home and community-based services, including but not limited to home-delivered meals, transportation, personal care, and home care services. What's not been asked is what the shift in demand for services that we are seeing in agency. More people are, qualifying and needing home-delivered meals, personal care, and the medical transportation end of things. Right now, even though we're doing 350 home-delivered meals per day, we still have 109 people on a waiting list right now. And we have 135 on the waiting list for personal care. I have information I'll give to you. Okay. And we were also hit with, as you're aware, we got notice from the area agency in January that we were going to get a 55% cut of our Older Americans Act funding because of things that were going on in the federal government. So we were 55% less budget than we had last year to begin with. And then when our levy money was not released, when we thought we were going to get it,
I apologize.
Everything got horrible. Horrible. This agency has served this community.
That did not originate in this office.
This agency has served this community for 50 years, as of April 21st of this month. For 50 years. Janet and I have been there. I'll be 38 next month, 37. We've never had a hard time like we've had in these past 5 months. It's been horrible for both of us. Let alone have this kind of stress. And we both have personal family members who are really sick. Worried about our staff, worried if we can pay them. That's not a very good way to do business, in my opinion. I mean, if it was over a contract, area agency sends me a revised contract via email, and it's back to them the same day.
Well,
so
just that whole thing should never taken place. He does not have the authority to withhold those funds that the taxpayers of Ross County approved.
The prosecuting attorney and the attorney general agree.
Right, that we have always paid on time.
Yes.
So I apologize to you for that, but that was not our doing.
So at that time, starting in January, there was no money to give anybody anything.
Can I ask a question? Why weren't we told that when we finally got a meeting? We went through having people trained, getting licensure, inspections. We had out-of-pocket expenses because we were told this is what we needed to do. If the communication was we were never told this can't happen because we don't have the money. We were told everything but that and put through a process that went on for 2 years, and it's still ongoing.
We just have to look at this from where we're at right now. Things have changed. And we have a growing population of baby boomers that are retiring and demanding more of that service.
Right.
We haven't been there before. I'm one of those. So, you know, I get that 78 million people that are baby boomers are retiring when their Gen X is 55 million, Gen Y is 60 million. You know, it's the largest generation ever. So you have this big slug of people that are demanding new services
We have those in
every month.
Bainbridge as well. Are we
You
not
do.
to get any help?
Okay, so this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to figure out how to make that work.
Okay.
I'm not blaming anybody. These are conditions that nobody created
I understand.
that we have to deal with. So, you know, I don't want this to be adversarial. I want us to work together here, get you satisfied, and get you satisfied. And we have to figure out a way to do that, okay?
Can I say something?
That's what we're.
So that's what we're here for today.
Can I say something?
Mhm.
Mrs. Thompson and I had met with the Ross County Senior Center shortly after a grant from the Aging, it was like $307,000 came, and we asked to come and ask for a meeting. And I just want to read off some things that we did ask. We were told by Jody Havens that only, you know, I could come and one other person because she really didn't want to be intimidated by several people. But one of the questions I ask is, because I have a problem with it being called the Ross County Senior Center when the whole Ross County is not being serviced. But I asked, is membership from other centers recognized at Chillicothe? They said no. This means that individuals from the rural locations must pay an additional membership to come to that site. Who sits on the board and represents the needs of other center sites? No one right now. This was in 2024. We might consider that in the future. That was their response. Why is this particular center referred to as the Ross County Senior Center and not addressed as a Chillicothe site, since it's not servicing all of Ross County? There was no answer to that response. How do rural senior citizens living in the outlying areas informed about programs and opportunities available at this location? You can check our website, is what we were told. We even asked about newsletters that was being mailed out, but no one in our area received them. Even our center didn't even receive a newsletter that let people know what was going on, what activities was being held at this site. Another question was, is it possible with grant money to purchase a computer and service for the Bainbridge Center? We don't think so. That was their answer. If they are paid members here, they will receive a newsletter, is what they told me. Is it possible to receive any money from the grant that could help us with communications like printing and postage stamps? Because Bainbridge's site is basically on fundraisers. We've held fundraisers and tried to communicate with the people from Bainbridge to let us know. And when we ask about it, then, you know, we asked how much of the grant money was going to be given to the outlying areas. We were given a piece of paper that had already listed how the money was going to be spent at that meeting. Nothing says to any of the rural areas, nothing. I mean, we're just wanting, if you voted for a levy that's supposed to benefit all of Ross County, why is it only benefiting the membership at the Chillicothe site? I don't think it should be called the Ross County Senior Center. It should be called the Chillicothe or Scioto Township Senior Center. That's the problem we have, because there hasn't been any money. We can't even get them to mail a newsletter to us. So how are we supposed to communicate with them?
Okay, let's communicate today.
Where did you get the list from for the money they was gonna use the grant money for?
That was given out at the meeting that we attended.
It was what the grant descripted, what had to be spent for what category.
We bought them.
They had an outline of things that had to be paid, used, the money had to be used for, and that's what we distributed.
And we did buy them a commercial stove.
Yes, we did,
That was about $5,000.
for Bainbridge.
That was from the Meat Matching Grant.
No, it wasn't. It was from the Healthy Aging Grant.
I was told we had a grant for that. Yeah, I've only been with the
We
organization
bought
for
that
4
out of
months.
the Healthy Aging Grant.
Well, thank you.
And it was.
That's how we keep our
This-
doors open, cooking
You-
and
Right.
The stove was purchased just recently in our center by the money because we had requested, even though that we also had to apply for a grant to have the sewage and water system that's being introduced in Bainbridge. We got a Dave Mead Massey grant for that. But that's how we have been able to continue, is by applying for grants, because everyone in Bainbridge says, well, the levy passed, why don't you have money for electric? We even asked for our electric bills to be paid, even our propane gas bills and stuff. That's paid by all fundraising, by the seniors or donations. Nothing comes from the Ross County Senior Center to even help us. And I couldn't understand that, because that's an expenditure that could be listed in their expenditures, the cost. We own the building, yes. We do own the building. But as far as help remodeling, no. We don't get any money from that. Other than we finally requested, probably after 2 years, the request that we needed a stove, and that was only because of all the hoops that we had jumped through with the Board of Health that said you can't open unless you have this type of a stove and it has to be certified and everything else. And where are we going to come up with that money? And so then we went and asked them, well, can't you even help us buy the stove? But I can't understand why so much can't be allocated to the different sites. Laurelville, Frankfurt's closed, and Adelphi has also been begging for help, and there's no help out there for those in the outlying areas. Most of the people's being addressed pretty well live close to Chillicothe.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
To answer your question about our name, when I became employed there in 1988, I worked under Grant McDonald. That building was already named, it was already incorporated as the Ross County Committee for Elderly. That was nothing I had anything to do with. That was what I inherited. I went through working with Grant McDonald, I worked under Marlon Easterday, and then I became the director in '94. I've held 5 other jobs in the agency during my journey, and I proudly served this community. I think we do an amazing job. As of today, when I check my stats, we are serving all 16 townships in Ross County in some capacity. We cannot afford to put a site in every town. That will never allow for services for people in the home that need them. I don't appreciate being browbeat for things that aren't on me.
Well, I'm trying to understand.
Yeah. But that name came when I became employed there, years ago. It's never been mentioned to change it. It's what we're known as. It's how we're incorporated for our tax exemption. It's just who we are. And I don't know that that can be changed, but we are serving every tip of this county in one way or another. Home delivered meals, personal care, transportation, medical transportation, mainly. We do have a site in Londonderry. They are all volunteer. They don't ask for anything from us other than the food to be delivered. And then we have our Chillicothe site. But we are serving all 16 townships.
When the pandemic hit, they had open sites in Adelphi and Bainbridge.
Correct.
So those closed due to COVID. Nobody
Correct.
could get together. And that's an important part of the care of the senior
Correct.
centers, is the interaction.
Right. I'm
Is the
not saying
fellowship.
that it's not important. I'm
Right.
not.
So how come the two centers was not reopened?
Well, Bainbridge had a lot of building issues that came about while it was closed for COVID. They had an infestation of pests and insects. Part of the ceiling in the kitchen had fallen down and was on the table. It was not sanitary. There was a lot of things that had to be cleaned up.
And they were.
Yeah, I know that. I've seen it. Yeah, it looks good now. Yeah, I've seen it.
How come they're not open now then?
We are.
If that was the excuse that it was not reopened after pandemic and they fixed the problem, how come it's not reopened again?
Well, all of these things have happened. I mean, we lost funding and we had money held from us. We have a proposal for you for the sites. Because I would rather try this and, you know, we'll keep track of expenses and attendance and accuracy to do it, but for us to resume services, I would like for these things to be met. To answer her one question about the membership, Londonderry and Bainbridge are the only two other satellite sites that are incorporated themselves. They have their own incorporation, they have their own tax exemption. So.
Was that the case before the pandemic?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, before the pandemic. So our membership that we have at the Ross County Senior Center is different than theirs. They have their own membership card, they collect their own membership fee, and that doesn't come to us. And the newsletter is what our membership, when someone pays membership, that's what it pays for. It helps pay for printing and postage, that's all. If they don't make any money on it.
If you're in a VFW, if you're in American Legion, you have a membership card that is welcomed at any building in this United States, any VFW building. So I don't understand why there is a requirement that if the Bainbridge people or the Adelphi people have to come, we would have to buy another membership for Chillicothe site.
Is that the case in any other village or location of the 16 townships? That they have to have your membership, not a membership? I'm trying to understand the utility of this.
The membership card just helps pay for the newsletter and the postage. If they want to get the mailing, they can give us $10 and they can get one. But
aren't we part of Ross County?
you are, but you're incorporated yourself and you're doing your own membership card.
Our residents pay property taxes that go into the proceeds that are given to the county, and if they are deciding how it's spent, we're not represented on their board whatsoever.
You're welcome to be.
Yeah, well, we'll change that.
How
We
can you
would
find out
like
when
to
the
have
meetings
someone
are from the different ones on our board? We have one.
I think that'd be a great start.
Yeah.
That was a
I
year
get the
ago.
community.
That was a request a year ago.
Okay, well, let's try again.
So, but there's no representation from any of the outlying areas. Most all the people that were on the board is from the Chillicothe area.
This is what we would like to.
I wrote that down.
Have the
Communications
sites.
is really the problem here.
You guys affidavit.
Yeah, we waited weeks for a return.
Can you want all that?
No, thank you.
I'd like to have one, could I?
Sure. Absolutely.
I'd like to have one on too.
Jody, I can make you 2 more copies if you'd like to pass them out to everybody.
I don't know how many more we need.
Adelphi is here.
She got one, I got mine. Oh, wait a minute, let me have her make another copy of
Oh,
it, okay, if you would.
Sure.
Please. Thank you.
Do you want to kind of go over these? So is everybody, I don't think everybody has a copy.
She's making
She's
one.
making them?
She's
Okay.
making one.
You want
Jody, can you tell us how much it cost your center to supply us with 20 meals at our center?
And for one day, when I did the, when we were looking at this prior, I did a budget with meal costs, the extra travel, supplies that would be incorporated in it. Then it was about $35,000 for the year. That's 2 days a week.
In the Delphi, we paid for our own meals. We paid for our meals when they did bring them a long time ago.
It's a donation.
It still was
It's still a suggested donation.
I was
It was
told
pitched.
by
Well-
Bainbridge people that there was a requirement for payment. Yep. That there was, they said, a donation, but you were more pressured into not one them back of paying.
Thank you.
And
I don't see
this-
how that's possible
this
because
is mostly
we are
about
not
food.
there when they're serving. And it's just supposed to be the staff person there to collect the donation, and it's a suggested donation, and it's posted on the donation box.
This says it'll waive the rental charges. Why
Let's
should
go,
we
let's
have
go
to
over
pay a
these
rental
one at a
charge?
time, okay?
Yes.
Let's go over these one at a time. Jody, you want to go ahead with that?
The following items were discussed by the Board of Trustees, including the Finance Committee, the Executive Director, and the Assistant Director. We would like to resume services at the Delphi and Bainbridge meal sites with the following conditions can be met. Since the Bainbridge and Londonderry site hold their own independent food license, we would like for the Adelphi site to apply for their own food license through the Ross County Health Department. The Ross County Senior will pay/reimburse the fee to the Adelphi site to obtain the food license. And that is to protect us as well as them, because when we're not serving, they can use that food license because it's in their name to have a spaghetti dinner or whatever, and they don't have to get an extra food license. It'll cover them for fundraising activities.
Is that agreeable with Delphi?
It doesn't include, it says Bainbridge and Londonderry.
No, I would just like to make a point and ask Jody, did we or did we not have a food license there a couple years ago? Because we went through that process and you guys paid for that, correct?
We went through that before COVID.
No, this was afterwards. The health inspector came out. The only thing that we had left to do was Area Agency on Aging District 7 had to come and inspect. We had already had the food license. You guys had secured it. I've got emails saying that.
Well, but it's not valid now.
But
They have expired, yes.
Are they once a year?
Yes.
Okay. But we had that. We had went through all that.
Okay, 'cause that.
I never got
the
to
last
speak
meeting
there.
we had- The last meeting we had, they went through all that.
Yeah.
That's why I was reading some of this stuff.
Yes.
The Delphi's already went through some of that stuff.
But it wasn't under them, it was under us. Correct?
The food license.
Yeah.
So
In particular, we are not a 501c. We're just a group of people that were a part of the Ross County Senior Center congregate meal site in Adelphi.
So
we don't
If they
have a board or anything like that. So we have no money, none.
So if they get their own
Well, we'll
license.
reimburse you for it.
I know, but where am I gonna come up with that? I already came up with money for Mary to take the training and to go and have her, because you were supposed to employ her. So I took her in and she filled out an application. She had the fingerprinting done and the background check and all that stuff I paid for out of pocket. That all has to come out of someone's pocket at our site. See, it's like they want us to be independent, but then they put all these rules on us that, like we're a part of them, but we aren't a part of them. Does that make sense?
Can they use your license? Can they use the senior citizens license, Ross County senior citizens, can they use their license out of Delphi, Londonderry, Bainbridge?
No.
Why?
That's
If they're all-
that's the health department rule.
If they're all under the same umbrella, why wouldn't they cover all the areas outside of the main.
Because they would probably have.
It has to be
plenty
separate.
included.
And it all changed during COVID. All the rules changed, all the regulations changed. And then when we had to reapply, even for ours, there were some things that we had to do different in our building and change.
Maybe we
And the
could,
cost
maybe we
doubled.
could ask the
I'm
Ross
just-
County Health Department.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why, if they're under the same umbrella, they're supposed to be under the same umbrella that the place on Western Avenue is. Why would they need a new license just for their building themselves?
From the way I understand it, since it's been expired, it has to be applied for as a new license. From what I spoke to.
They all
Amanda,
have to be separate, but that's the health department's rule. Each site has to have their own license.
When they deliver meals to a home, does that person have to be trained to eat that meal? Or, I mean, when they bring us a meal out, it's already prepared and everything. They're just delivering a meal to us. But then they, like I say, they're expecting us to do all this stuff
Well,
to get a
the
meal
food
to
license
eat
is
together.
to make the food.
No,
No?
no, because we are like, it's like a catering license because we prepare the food. When it gets to their site, it has to be temped. And if it's not in the proper temperature, it has to be put into a warming unit, stove, oven, whatever, or refrigerator, because some of the items are cold, until it reaches proper temperature. And because of that, they're a class 4 food license.
Okay, okay.
We were told by the health department, once it was delivered, it's our baby. They have nothing else to say about what happens at our facility once it's delivered. That's what the health department told us.
Well, the area agency on aging dietitian disagrees.
And that may well be. We've been waiting on that inspection since January for them to come.
Never happened.
Again, there hasn't been any money to do anything, and I have spoken to Ethel about that, and she did know.
That's not what Ethel told me, but okay.
I just want.
I have all the notes on my desk from
We
what
have
times I spoke
notes
to
too,
her.
Judy.
I would just like to say that I started trying to get our center reopened on May 30th of 2021. It's been 4 years that I've worked on this. It took 2.5 years to just to get the ball rolling for her to give me something to do that I had to accomplish. And I jumped through all them hoops and it still never happened. And that $300,000 or so that y'all got for they bought 50 iPads and trained people to use them.
That was
That
the
could have been,
stipulation.
that could have been used. Well, I just think that these congregate meal sites that were open for over 35 years, that people, it's like a church, you know, you got your congregation, everybody congregates and talks and they enjoy that. And they get a nice meal. That is more important than day trips here and bowling there for only them people that's attending that main site.
Let's go to the next one.
I was gonna say, are we gonna just beat this up all day, or can we like try to move forward with this and try to get it open?
Well, you're probably gonna get beat up a little bit too. but
And there are
We're
different.
gonna try to get the sites open also.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
And there are
You
different
gotta
needs.
take the beat up along with, you gotta take some of the
I got
good.
broad shouldered.
Okay.
I got it.
You gotta take some of the bad with the good.
Adelphi even came to that meeting and said that we wouldn't charge any rent, we would pay for the cleaning supplies, the toiletries, they just had to supply the anything that would be for serving the food, you know, that type of instruments or whatever's required for the food service part. But the village, we know things changed, so, you know, they were paying rent, they were paying all this other stuff. But our needs are different from Bainbridge. Bainbridge owns their own building, so they have cost with that. Adelphi was going to supply the facility, but we have a different need. We need the manager. We need the person to run the center for the 4 hours or whatever time that we're open. That person that's going to go and check the temperature of the food and take the training and all that stuff. That's what we need.
Let's go to the next one.
After each site obtains a valid food license and an up-to-date inspection from Ross County Health Department, each site must pass an on-site inspection from the Area Agency on Aging registered dietitian. The Adelphi and Bainbridge site agreed to waive the rental charges for the Ross County Senior Center for use of the building during the mealtime. Each site will provide a valid phone number or cell phone number to be used to publish for the purpose of senior meals. Reservations, clients can make their noontime reservations, not paid for by us. Food shall be received and have temperatures recorded by a ServSafe trained volunteer at each meal served. Hot food is to be held in the oven to proper temperature until serving. Cold items shall be stored in a refrigerated area and held to proper temperature until serving.
Okay, let's stop there.
Okay.
Yeah.
How does all that sound? I mean, there's safety precautions here. We don't want mass poisoning or
Right.
people eating bad food. I see the sense in this. Am I being unreasonable here, or does this sound semi-reasonable to you folks?
I'll throw a monkey wrench in everything. Do you have a ServSafe certified volunteer at the Western Avenue?
We have ServSafe certified employees.
I said volunteer.
No.
Okay. But you want the outside sites, satellite sites, to have a volunteer?
They are.
All of it.
They are ServSafe.
Yeah, they are.
I'm ServSafe certified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I work for the village and I run sewer services. I don't have time to run the senior center too, as a volunteer.
We are just trying to get things at a minimal cost to make sure it's gonna work and try it all to be consistent so that we're not doing one for one and not one for another. And this is the way things are ran at the Londonderry site. They are volunteers. They don't charge us rent. They use a cell phone for reservations. Their site manager is a volunteer who is ServSafe certified, comes to all of our trainings, does everything she's supposed to do, and they have a great attendance on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
And that's a wonderful blessing that you got that.
Do you have anybody else in Adelphi that could volunteer to take that training?
I had a question. Why do we have to be volunteers and they have paid people? Why don't they save
Are they
some money,
volunteers or are they paid
save
people on
money
the
by
other
paying
sites?
people and not paying them anymore and make them volunteers? There will be money for
They want
these
free
other
labor.
sites.
Free labor, there's a lot to do at the site. When you open it up, you're fixing coffee.
We don't want
and
free
everything.
labor. What you don't understand is the people who are making that food are making 750 meals a day. They're not just doing 350 for home delivered meals, because they're doing it for Congregate site and Londonderry as well. So they are where the catering begins. They have to be employed, and the area agency says they have to be employed.
On behalf of the Bainbridge Center, can I make a suggestion for our center? I just asked Jody how much it would cost the county or wherever this money's coming from to give us our 2 days of meals, 2 days a week of meals, and she said $35,000 a year. Can we get $25,000 a year and fix our own, do for our residents what we feel they need and not put the burden on them of delivering it, cooking it, and bringing it, you know, it's saving them $10,000, and we can get what help a lot. $25,000 a year would help us immensely. The other $10,000 maybe go to help Adelphi that they're saving there.
I mean, if they would just allocate some money, like I say, we have different needs. You know, I need a manager at my site. I had a manager at my site. We were open 5 days a week, then we were open 3 days a week. Now they're wanting to do it 2. I can understand that costs and things have increased, but they're driving out there anyway to Adelphi to deliver them meals. So they could just drop them off at the senior center.
When you say drop them off, do you mean like the home delivered meals already packed up?
Yeah, that's what we got before.
We're not allowed to do that anymore because of the Ohio Department of Agriculture told us we can't do
then we
that
should
anymore.
have a manager there that's paid by the senior center to do all the things that's necessary, because it's not like dropping the meal off at home where you can just consume it.
It's at the other satellite sites, is it a paid manager or a volunteer?
Volunteer in Londonderry.
Yeah, that's the only reason they're open, because they're all volunteers.
Okay.
Next.
But if you add, 32,000 and 32,000, and then you add a salary to it, Those wait lists that we have are gonna get longer and longer. We're just trying for things to be consistent and get them open. That's all we're trying to ask for.
According to 2019, the expenditure for the year before for salaries was $579,705. That has increased. I didn't get a copy of 2024's expenditures or departmental budget for the year, but those salaries have increased immensely, considering since 2019, we're still talking about volunteers at Adelphi, at Bainbridge, and the salaries haven't increased there at all, but the expenses sure have, you know.
2 people at the site earn over $200,000 of that money. 2 people. 115,598 and 96,954. So $200,000. It's right here on your tax form.
Yeah, but there's no benefits. We don't have any retirement.
Nobody has retirement anymore. My husband works for the city of Columbus and they don't have any benefits when they retire and stuff, so that's a past thing.
I talked to the lady that runs the Scenic Hills Senior Center in Hocking County. She works directly for or under the commissioners, so it's county run. She said she's severely underpaid, and she runs the whole thing herself. There's no board. So I'm just saying, a lot of there's funds there, but they're not being.
They're misallocated.
They're not being allocated to things that should be prioritized.
Next.
Each site agrees to reopen, being reopened 2 days a week with a CERC certified volunteer. Each site agrees to collect and complete required area agency on aging documentation on individual clients, meal service records, temperature sheets, and other required documentations as required by Area Agency Incorporated and the Ohio Department of Agriculture for collecting purposes.
Okay. These last 2, can Bainbridge and Adelphi do that?
With a paid person that works for them.
So does any other satellite site have a paid manager? None of them.
They were before.
Yeah.
They were before COVID.
How many satellite places are open now?
2. Well, satellite 1.
Londonderry, okay.
Each designated site volunteer holding CERC certification agrees to attend all training sessions deemed necessary by Area Agency on Aging and the Ohio Department of Aging. A permanent volunteer file will be kept on file at the Western Avenue facility to be on hand for auditing purposes. Attendance and expenses will be maintained and reviewed each month to ensure accuracy and monitor participation.
We have a management agreement with the Ross County Committee for the Elderly. It's been in existence since 2000, and part of it was 2007, and the other part was 2015 for the stuff, for the levies that were passed during those times. And I've read it over several times, and I think it's very responsible agreement between the Board of Commissioners and the Ross County Committee for the Elderly, in keeping us informed as to finances and activities and updates. And you know, when I look at that, and I don't know what happened with not getting the financial information for so long, because you said all along you were giving it to us, and so I appreciate the catch up and our ability to review that.
Yeah, that's no
And
problem.
you guys do a great job with what the money that you're giving.
And you know, another example of that is on May the 5th, I sent certified mail with our resolution here. It was delivered on the 6th and signed off for, and we were asked for it last week, and it was.
We got it
already delivered.
yesterday. Yesterday? No, Friday. When do we get that
Well,
resolution?
I'm the one that sent the email and
Yeah.
requesting that. The certified letter was signed by someone in the audit department.
Right.
And it
Yeah.
never made it upstairs.
I have copies of the receipts for you too.
Yeah, we have all that.
So, you know, I think that when I look at this agreement and I look at the corporation's general responsibilities, and this was written in the 70s.
That's a lot.
But I still think it's applicable, I think it's good. But, you know, the item 1.02, to engage in long-range planning, 5 years, and innovation to ensure full utilization of the programs and finances available to senior citizen services and facilities. That's a big bag to grab. It was probably a whole lot easier bag to grab back in the 70s than it is today with the regulations and the costs. I mean, you know, I'm not sitting here saying that we should increase the levy, but we certainly have to do some things to mitigate the increases that are sectioning off satellite centers that can't operate anymore. I mean, somehow, some way, we gotta find some resolution to this so that they're included as best we can to the limits of the funding that we're giving. Because I'm not a fan of going back to the taxpayers asking for more.
We're not either.
You know, and I don't think we're hit enough. I mean, property taxes, the whole 9 yards, it's out of control.
Well, and this one has to be on the ballot in November, and, you know, social media has not been our friend lately with
Right.
someone, and that's gonna make it tougher.
Right.
And we do a
understand
good
that.
job. We
But
do an
the-
amazing job with what we have to work with.
You know, we have to look at this as what would happen if you weren't funded and you couldn't do what you do right now. And what impact would that have on seniors?
You would be doing like we do. We bring our meal, we bring meals, everybody brings meals in so that we can meet together. And once a month.
Once a month.
Well, you know, that's
all we got.
a necessary part of that because it's the fellowship that matters really. It's not the meal. The meal just is the gathering idea. And so I think we all know that and appreciate that and get it done somehow, some way that we can. But what we're looking to do here is to see how we can fit this under one umbrella so everybody's treated the same. That's what I want. And I'm thinking I'm speaking for Rudy and David as well.
I do have concerns though about the board. And
I don't want to talk about the board.
Well,
No, I don't want to talk about the board. This very clearly says that the board shall determine the salaries and the people who are in the positions. That's not a county decision. I don't want to deal with it.
I'm just saying that it's a block wall when you go to her for information. On here, it says that they'll release on their tax thing that they'll release records upon request. That don't happen. They won't even tell you when a meeting is. It's posted on their bulletin board in their office. Couldn't their website have a page on it that has the meeting minutes? I can't get meeting minutes. Meeting minutes and who the board members are, how to contact them, when their meetings are, so they're not closed off like a, you know, it's more made public. Because I don't know if that's part of the problem that Bainbridge has had, but that's part of the problem we've had.
You know,
I've asked and asked and asked to attend a meeting. It took 2.5 years.
There's been phone calls that's not been answered. There has been, Elizabeth and I have attended several meetings together, and we just want communication opened up, that they understand, because they have no idea what the needs of our community is, and that's why, I mean, it's called the Ross County Senior Center, and on that board there isn't any representation of any of the rural areas.
Well, I think we saw some motivations from the ladies here that they'd be willing to open that up. And I think that would be a great step.
I think we would like to partner with them to extend their reach to our area of the county.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do is kind of repair the relationship here instead of trying to destroy each other. Because that's not going to accomplish anything.
That would be great.
That's the only way we'll move forward. That's the only way that it'll get resolved and we'll
Right.
be able to
Do the
move forward.
commissioners recognize Bainbridge as being a Bainbridge Senior Center?
Branch off from Ross County?
They're their own, they have their
What do you
own.
say?
We have our own, and I feel like they don't recognize us as our own, but we are part of the county, and the tax dollars some of it should come to Bainbridge.
Well, I
We
agree
want to be
100%.
independent, but we're not getting any help from the taxpayer proceeds,
Well, I
because
think,
they're in control of it.
I think they're making the ovations to try and
So
extend it.
they're offering us meals, sir.
That's all they've
We
offered.
just want the proceeds, and we will handle what our residents need.
Well, if we're gonna divide that all up, then we don't get any unity at all with the.
There is no unity, sir.
Well, see, but there's unity in people and there's unity in process. That process goes away. And that's the best way to run something, is when there's one mechanism behind it. Now, it's gotta be attentive to all the needs, and that's what we're trying to repair here. So I'm not a big fan of burning down the village claiming to save it. So let's try and see if we can make this work. I think that Jody's got some good ideas.
With the meals only.
Well, let's
That's what we're
start there,
working on.
because you're not getting the meals now, are you?
No.
So
And
let's
I just
start
heard
there.
them say Bainbridge wasn't even open.
But we
We've been
gotta
open.
go to our own expense to do all this stuff, to have meals. You're saying it has to be a volunteer. A volunteer has to drive in there and go to the trainings and do all this stuff and
Only
all
af-
this work, and
Yeah.
it has to be volunteered.
Only after the training, then we're reimbursed possibly? Is that, I mean, because,
Doesn't sound like you got any reimbursement with the training, just with the food license on this paper.
Right. The training's what we pay for.
Training,
We
we
pay
pay
for
Right,
that.
but your
We
time
pay
and
for it
your
for
gas
Friday.
and,
Well, it-
I don't have a volunteer. I can't do this because I don't have a volunteer.
We have,
Delphi's
we
not
have
gonna open
employees
up.
who I live in Frankfurt. I don't get paid to go to work.
and the Frankfurt Center's closed.
Yeah,
Because they wanted to be.
Frankfurt and Kingston.
Yeah, they went by themselves. Frankfurt, I know Frankfurt's by themselves. I know they're
Well,
not-
even with their website, because I know that a lot of people in the Bainbridge area do not have internet service, you know, and we had requested even newsletters to be mailed, but even on their website, they could also add an additional page that said, this is what's happening, you know, at Bainbridge, or this is what's happening at Adelphi. For those individuals, be able to communicate with them.
If something was happening in Bainbridge, have you ever contacted them to put it in a newsletter that says, this is what's going on in Bainbridge for the senior citizens?
Yes, we have tried.
Okay, if you don't communicate that part to them, they can't put it in a newsletter.
We have tried, and that goes along with the membership. When I requested, if we had membership in Bainbridge, do we have to pay an additional membership for their site? And they said yes. So that means $30.
I see the disconnect here, because the membership pays for the newsletter service.
Yes.
Correct.
Right, I understand that, but one membership should be good in any center.
But that money stays with you.
I don't think our folks would have problems having paying a membership fee.
And if the sites are open, we'll send some up there. That's no problem. We do to Londonderry.
I don't have a volunteer. Not that wants to do all that work for free.
What, you're saying you'll send a person up there to facilitate the food delivery and,
No, I said we will send newsletters.
oh, newsletter?
Yeah,
Okay.
they can have, we'll send them up there and they can have them.
And newsletters are on the website also.
We know.
I had an issue with one of the requirements that Jody told us, that when they delivered the meals, there would be a box given to us.
Mhm.
And we would ask for a $3 donation. We couldn't make it mandatory.
Right.
We had to have at least 15 people. And we're not allowed to ask for this, we're not allowed to watch them put the money in. But she said when she gets that box back, she expected there to be at least, if she brought 15 meals, there had to be at least $45 in them. Don't shake your head no, ma'am. That's what we were
That's
told.
always did that on our site too.
That's
not accurate. Locked box.
Locked box, we can't see in it.
We
but-
do send
but
a
they were
locked
asking
box.
us to put $45 in it to make sure there was at least $45 in there. Some of these demands are not consistent with, we would love to be independent, but we would love to have a stipend of the county's proceeds that, and they won't, it won't cost them anything. It's just sharing what is, I think, rightfully each center's portion. We're kind of tasked with trying to mend broken relationships that have gone on for almost 5 years. We've tried, they won't return our calls, and when they do, they're hostile. I would rather us just not have to deal with them and just let us have our proceeds directly. And we can do our own cooking now since we've got the nice stove. And we'll know how many people are there to cook for.
What do you think that your proceeds should be?
She told us it would cost $35,000. I just offered if you would give us $25,000 a year. Help us wonderfully. And it's saving them $10,000. We've not gotten anything. Anything we can get would be wonderful.
The total amount from the levies
Proceeds.
is $1,027,768. That's how much they get from the two levies.
How much the county gets? Use the same formula.
And then they get from gifts, grants, contributions, and membership fees, $909,122. So that's almost a $2 million budget or revenue that they get a year.
Well, there's a lot of transportation and
Right.
facility costs and,
Right.
I mean, you know, it's broken down with what it does. They give us financials every month. So it's not just going into somebody's pocket.
Right.
It is paying for valuable services that are appreciated by a lot of seniors.
Correct.
What we're trying to do here is to get you guys included in, and what you guys are wanting to do is pull away.
Right.
I don't want to pull away.
So, pardon?
We don't want to pull away. I just want her to supply the employee that they used to pay for. They used to pay for the rent, the cleaning supply, everything. They paid for everything. And we're saying now we'll partner with you. The village is going to give us the facility to use. They're going to give us the cleaning supplies, the toiletries. You just got to bring the food and have the manager there to open it up and close it up and do all all these things that you're wanting done to comply with health department and whatever. I don't have a volunteer that wants to do that, so I don't want to pull away because I still don't have nobody to run the place, you know. So right now we've got Pickaway County Logan Elm Healthcare that comes in and supplies us with our main dish once a month. And everybody else brings, it's like a family reunion. Everybody brings a little bit of something and we have a nice meal together. But it's just once a month. It's not coming in, having coffee and playing puzzles in the morning, you know, and them laughing and carrying on and then lunch comes, you know. We don't have that anymore. And they had it for a long time.
And you mentioned facilities. Bainbridge, the facility cost there is being paid by fundraising. You know, there again, why couldn't the electric, why couldn't the propane come out of the expenditures for the Ross County Senior Center?
Yeah, like I say, there's different needs at different sites.
Right.
And luckily, Londonderry, look how much money they're saving there. It's all volunteer.
Ours is too. Ours is too.
Well, I mean, they, you know, everything's volunteer and, yeah.
But
No cost.
is Londonderry open?
Yeah, they've
all
been open.
year?
They,
I thought they closed like 2 months.
yes, they did to, what, January and February?
January and February, they're closed.
That's their idea.
That's their decision.
Well, before we break apart too much, we have some ideas here on paper that may improve the relationship, may improve the service. Who wants to, do we want to take a go with these? Are you in agreement with these?
What's on the paper she just
On
read?
this paper?
Yeah.
No.
There's nothing new on this paper that, nothing new.
I mean,
on
we've
this
done-
paper.
we've
And
done all
we've-
this.
We've been told this since January, and none of it has.
And the thing of it is they told me they would hire Mary back, and we went through all the procedures to get Mary's application filled out for fingerprinting and background check and all that stuff. And then when they came out with the health department, they said, oh, well, you would have to volunteer. And Jody says, well, I didn't say that, but I even called in there and talked to Melissa Deddy, and she said it. That Mary would have to volunteer. We'll see how it works out. Well, that wasn't what you said. We done went through all that stuff. So, I don't know.
There's nothing on here that says anything about representation on their board by outlying areas.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Nothing
we're
bad
we're
about it.
already addressing that. We've already covered that ground. Let's stick with one point. There's no other, Londonderry has a volunteer manager.
Correct.
Right? And that's the only other satellite
Correct.
site. They used to be paid managers.
No, in Londonderry, never.
Never?
Never.
Why do you keep saying they're the only other satellite center? Bainbridge is
Open.
open. We are open. We are open. We've been.
Well, I
we just
consider
don't get
us
anything.
still open, but we only meet once a month.
We've been open since 2021, reopened in 2021. And we're not, we are a satellite center, we are open, we just don't get anything.
And even before, we depended on them for the food service, but on our own, we come up with funds to do activities. That's all funded by, donations that people give. What they just brought was the food and the manager.
So, we're trying to fill a position here that was never filled before.
It was filled before. They had a manager there, paid.
Is that paid?
Yes.
Yes.
She wouldn't reinstate it after COVID. That's the problem.
Because she quit. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. She had a job there.
Well,
She couldn't drive in. She couldn't drive into the Ross County Senior Center because she didn't have a vehicle. And she tried calling in there, and a lot of times you call in there, Jody's not there.
I talked to her several times.
Well, she's not around anymore, if that's our holdup.
That's not your holdup. We have been, because of the issues that we had getting our levy money released to us on one time, we have been having trouble in-house, being able to keep bills paid, staff paid.
We got a loan, we got a bridge loan. We had to go to Kingston Bank and get a loan. We were down to, I think, $27,000, which when your your food bills are $50,000 a month. It's,
And contrary,
we were hurting.
we were in.
So I'd just like to say, I didn't have nothing to do with withholding their funds.
Well, I know that.
I'm not saying that you did, I'm just saying
Yeah,
that put us in a place where we couldn't do anything.
Well, I have a question. How many days a week is Ross County Senior Citizens open?
Every day. 5.
Every day. So, just ideas popping in my head is why can't you, I know you're financially saying money's the problem. Well, let's cut that down to 3 days a week so we can get Adelphi some funding and we can get Bainbridge some funding and they'll still be serving Ross County and you served everybody. Because they're not even, once a month we're open and I don't know how often they're open, but once a month's crazy. These elderly people need something. So they're going to have to cut the budget and help these people. That's just the option that they've got. That just makes sense.
That's
All
what
this other stuff's crazy that we're discussing.
That's what I was getting to when I said, I don't want to ask for more levy money.
Right. No.
We
We're gonna have to cut
be all
budget.
inclusive here.
Right.
Do you guys want to take a look at that and talk it over with the board?
Yeah.
Just see where we can get some money for the satellite communities to get them more included?
We can try.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
If you open the other satellite areas, does that help you relieve the 109 waiting?
No.
Okay, so
No.
that's separate.
No, it's totally separate.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the limiting factor on that waiting list? What keeps people on that list? Lack of meals, lack of funding, lack of,
Lack of funding right now.
or exactly what?
Lack of funding right now.
Or what does that funding provide?
That was for home delivered meals, was 109
So
on the wait
it
list.
is home delivered meals.
Mhm. Yes. And there is another funding source for home delivered meals, but it's called Passport. And it's a Medicaid funded program. And, you know, people go through the paperwork and the process and get approved, and then they don't want to sign because a state recovery is attached to that Medicaid money.
They'll take their.
And they'll take their home or their property that they want to leave to their son, daughter, grandkids, and they decide, well, just put me on the waiting list then, because I'm not going to sign those papers. I want to give that to my kids. And then they just say, put me on the waiting list. So it just continues to grow.
So have we looked into how many people are getting meals that could get on the Medicaid Passport program that you wouldn't have to fund? You see what I'm saying is, have you done a research and say, okay, 50% of these people could be getting this passport, but we've been giving their meals. Let's get them in the passport
But
program.
they still have to enroll and sign that paper that says the state recovery can take their
But
property
we
or
can let them
home.
know, educate them.
They're
'Cause I'm-
educated because a lot of them are referred to us by passport case managers who go and see the client, do the assessment, find them eligible, and then they refuse to sign the paperwork because of the state recovery. And then they say, nope, put me on the waiting list, I'm not giving that up.
Well, those want to be on the waiting list. instead
There
of
are so
getting
many
the-
factors that people
Getting
just don't
the
understand.
benefit of it, then that's their choice.
That's her choice.
But I think that, you know, we need to look at some other ways to get these satellite communities involved in enjoying the same benefits as everybody else.
Exactly.
So what I'd like to do is, I'd like for you to go back and meet with your board on that.
Okay.
And then, on the 11th, August 11th, come back and let's talk about it some more. Is that enough time? You gonna have a board meeting?
I might be on vacation.
Okay.
That's
Well,
May 4th, so.
let us know if we have to wait till the following week, we need the following week, but we need to catch up on this and
Sure.
get this fixed.
Sure.
And it, you know, I think it's more yours to fix than it is ours, but,
Sure.
and we're certainly not gonna hold up the funding for the 2026 levy.
Thank you.
So, you know, we'll go through the process of that.
And if it doesn't pass, this will be a bigger problem than we've ever had.
Well, I know, that's a non-starter as far as I'm concerned, because you guys do great work with those that you have included. We're just trying to get that to be everybody included.
We do.
Where is the 109 million, and where is the funds at now?
What are you talking
That
about?
was passed as the tax and levies and stuff.
They just got their distribution from the auditor. The auditor was holding it up
Oh,
because of
okay.
the contract not having that language in it
Oh,
for
okay.
that,
Okay.
what, 3.3%?
Right. Okay.
And then he got a
A
resolution from you guys to release the funds.
Well, no.
Well, that way I understood it.
What I answered him in an email, said, pay the funds the way you've always paid them. You know, there was nothing that required a resolution or anything that it should have gone that way.
Right. But I mean, that's,
And when
I
sent
understood that
When I
they
sent
got
that
their
email, I
funding.
assumed that he was gonna pay the funds. And it wasn't until you guys were gasping for air underwater that I realized that it hadn't been paid. So we did the resolution last Monday. And we probably shouldn't have had to do
We
that.
shouldn't have had to do that.
So, you know, it's, we have no authority there, so. But it did come from us.
Is it the commissioner's authority to decide where the money goes?
Yeah, and we do that, but it's his job to pay it.
Bainbridge didn't get any, sir. So it's your job.
Okay, no, that's not, that, to answer your question, no, that's not our job.
We're trying
To
to
really,
do whose job it is.
to decide where the money goes, that what the levy money goes to,
Allocations.
once it goes to the senior citizen, that has nothing to do with us.
Yeah.
We can't tell, because it was left up to me, I would tell the senior citizens on Western Avenue that you need to give $50,000 to Bainbridge, and $50,000 to Adelphi, $50,000 of it to Frankfurt,
Do you
$50,000 of
understand
it,
why we're here? We're not getting anything, and we're, for 4.5 years, I think this could have been resolved with them saying, yes, we'll divide this up equally among the satellite centers. That seems like such an easy solution to me. We're not under their jurisdiction. We have our own center, we pay our own bills, we don't.
Well,
But our taxpayers.
taxpayers
pay
would
them
pay
so
that.
that they're
the taxpayer,
divided.
the
Right.
taxpayers are paying for the levy that was passed for the senior citizens of Ross County.
Of
Not
Ross
just the
County,
senior,
not
not just the senior citizens of Western Avenue.
Exactly.
Yes.
We would like to have our fair share at our center, and whatever that is, who decides that, I don't know.
It would
They're
be
saying-
left- it would be left to the board of the senior citizens.
But they're saying that they're not getting anything, and we are serving those communities. They are getting home delivered meals, they're getting personal care, they're getting transportation.
But a lot
They wanna go back to the same way they were before the pandemic.
Yes, you do.
Some of the, I guess some of our, they're on home deliveries and being.
They wanna go back, I believe that
Absolutely.
their thing is, they wanna go back to pre-pandemic
Yes.
operations.
Yes.
That's what they wanna go back to.
But are willing
And that's
to.
not much to ask for.
Well, and are willing to, like I say, help with support, like no rent, helping pay the supplies at the building. I mean, that takes a lot of.
Adelphi has no. Come on, people. Medicaid, Medicare, keeps calling me every other day.
That's Nate's thing.
But Adelphi has a place to go because the mayor, Josh, said that he's gonna let you guys use that building.
Yeah, he
Yes.
lets
So you
us
guys,
use the
so you guys
facility.
got no,
I mean,
there's
we're
no
paying
finances
electric
into
and
that.
all
There's
that
no
there
expenses
anyway.
that, that's all
Yeah.
good, yeah.
Can I say something? Maybe you'll understand this, Jody. I worked for Adelphi as a volunteer for years until I had my heart attack. It was Adelphi senior citizens that got me off my bed and up every morning to go in there and be with people after my husband passed away 21 years ago. Because that was a community, that was a family to me. I have no family right now. All my family's gone. They're a family for me.
And if it was left up to me, I would have each senior citizens facility open at least 5 days a week. So you can go in there and have that company and sit down and have a look. Even if there's just two of you sitting there having a chit chat, that's better than you sitting at home by yourself, looking at the walls or watching TV. Yeah, so. But I don't have the authority to do that, so I wish I did.
Well, I think all the facilities would also be open to, like I said with hers, is cut it down to a couple days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. All of them are open, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That's better than what we've got once a month. We only get once a month. It's like, we'd be thrilled with a couple days a week.
Then I'll throw a monkey wrench in everything. People who live in Adelphi, live in Bainbridge, live in Frankfurt, Londonderry, you can all make that trip to Western Avenue. If you had a way to get to Western Avenue, you could all make that trip to Western Avenue.
A lot of them don't drive.
You're absolutely right, that's the one.
And then they keep saying that their letters on the website, these older people don't do internet. They don't do computers, they don't do internet. So you have to send them a letter, you have to send it out. They're not computer savvy.
Only if you pay the $10 to get the newsletter.
True.
That's right.
It's $10 a year for the newsletter.
Well,
I'm done.
let's,
But
we're trying.
I have one more thing.
Okay.
Everybody talks about how much we do in Chillicothe. Chillicothe is the biggest area of this county. We house multiple senior housing complexes, senior assisted livings, senior condos, and all those people are in Chillicothe, and that's just geography. But it makes those numbers higher
Right.
because they go to a high-rise senior apartment housing complex and deliver 18 meals. So, yes, it does look that way, but we are in every corner of this county with our meal drivers. We have one meal driver who drives 100 miles per day to deliver home-delivered meals to people who have dirt floors, carry their water in from outside, and are running an extension cord from the neighbor to get electric. Those are the people we see, and those are the people on this wait list. And they don't have a car, and a lot of them don't drive, and a lot of them don't have family.
We carry stuff in.
We had the same thing in Greenbridge.
Yeah, that's some of the area I'm talking about.
Years ago.
Well, if that was the case, then Londonderry shouldn't be open. They should have to drive into Chillicothe too. They're a little bit closer. They're only 17 minutes away. We're 27 minutes, and so is Bainbridge.
Years ago, there used to be a transportation bus that was offered for the citizens of Bainbridge to come to Chillicothe like once a week for those individuals, and they would make the trip to Walmart or to Kroger's, and that's where they would take the people. We no longer have that service. It was taken away. You know, just letting the community know that that's out there, that's something that could be offered to the people of Bainbridge, because they do not have an up-to-date grocery store. They have a dollar market, so they have to come. If they're coming to Chillicothe, they have to come, and lots of them do not have transportation, or they're getting old enough that they don't want to drive, you know. So if that is an opportunity that could be also offered, you know, to the different communities.
That wasn't the senior center, that was community, Chillicothe Transit that offered that countywide service.
Senior citizens did too.
Senior citizens offer.
Yeah, they had it. Long time ago they
Yeah,
did.
we have talked about.
Yeah, they had that long time ago.
Maybe a day or two ago.
You know, it would just come and then stay there so long, and it was advertised for any individual that needed a ride to and from Chillicothe. Their route would take them to Kroger's, to Walmart, you know, and different area places, and you know, then they come back, and that was their, so they wouldn't have to drive. But that was another.
Well, that all takes money too. I mean, and then the costs have gone up. I don't think it's anybody being nefarious here or wanting to pick on people. I think it's just the rising costs have caught the budget, and we have to rethink about some of the things that we do, I think, to get some services back out there.
Well, I think that's the consensus, is that, you know, the levy is for all Ross County senior citizens, you know, and I'm afraid that that just hasn't been addressed for about 4 or 5 years.
Well, you know, they are servicing all 16 townships and delivering meals and doing that. So it's, you know, that's all kind of an all-inclusive statement that they're not servicing you. They're limited as to what they can do.
Percentage-wise, I would like to know, maybe in a study or a correlation or something, as far as which townships are being.
Well, it's going to be Scioto Township because that's a concentration of population. It's just what Judy said a minute ago.
Geography.
But the needs not necessarily are there as much as what the needs are in the outlying communities.
Well, the needs are everywhere.
Yes.
We understand that. The
Right.
concentration of needs is what we're
Right.
talking about.
Right.
So, yeah, we're trying to get this together here. So let's just figure out some ways that we can maybe work together and do that. And let's meet back here on the 18th, right?
11. You said
18th.
11.
11.
You said that.
Doing it on
I'll let
vacation.
you know. I'll let
Okay.
you know.
Okay. Put it in the newsletter.
So, yeah, that's
Well, we don't get a newsletter though.
We'll send you one.
I'd
I'm
say
not,
their website's a good form of communication for us that do computers.
You know, I think we need to talk about these things, and we have to get them out here and work together on solutions, because that's, you know, so many times you have these negative comments out there with no solutions, and it doesn't do anybody any good. So let's work together and find solutions that we can live with and still be accountable for. So that's what I'd like to do, and, you know, if we need to get together and talk a little bit more, then I'd be more than happy to do that with you.
Come out. Come
We'd
out,
love
see
to have
us.
you
Yeah, okay.
Come out, see us.
You know, when I campaigned, I served the meals out there.
Yes, you did.
So,
We got a
yeah.
picture with the bonnet on.
Yeah, that's it. Give me a apron and I'll go to work. All right, well, we thank you guys for coming in today, and
you.
we'll be back. Make sure you come back on the 18th, and hopefully we'll have some.
I didn't say anything.
You didn't say anything, got disappointed.
That's unusual, isn't it?
That's what I said, I got disappointed.
I just said you do a nice job.
You didn't say anything. That's what I said, you didn't say anything.
Boy, I just come as an observer. I don't know what it's a dog in his fight. I see it here.
So is that?
Oh, okay.
Come on.
Communication problem.
What did you think of our meal setup?
I'm pulling you guys. I'm pulling you all.
Okay, well, be careful going down the steps there, grab hold of the, here, let me have your paper.
I wonder if one, I see a problem with separate 501(c)(3) as far as grant money and things of that nature.
Yes, we do.
That you're a whole different entity. I wonder if they're willing to become part of it.
So they all are.
I know, but there's also a 501(c)(3) which kind of sets them off to the side. You know, they need advisory. Every site has a person on it.
How you doing?
Good, how about yourself?
Trying to keep
They have
cool.
boys.
It's gonna be a chore now after next week, but maybe at the end of the week, it's gonna be pretty good.
There'll be a call.
Let's drop down and be back into regular. Yeah. I'll take all
Please mention it.
It's crazy, wasn't it? I drove down, my grandson was playing basketball.
I mean, they're all sorry, except over.
See you later, behave.
Come out and see us.
I didn't see you at the.
I said, I'll be right there, and I drove down.
I was at baseball game.
Long Island. I drove
It
down,
was hot there too.
Mill Street.
I wonder if you
It was so
know.
hot.
Arch Street and turned on Yonge Beach. And when I got back through there, the big old street had fallen right here on the.
I don't know what the
That's
60
our
is.
computer guy.
He's my buddy.
So, yeah, it was a heck of a
Class,
sight.
well, good to meet you.
How you doing?
Yeah, it was
I just
pretty
wondered,
nice.
I'm sitting how many you know, that's the way you kind of look at you look at the population base, side of the union. You can understand where you get central.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate
Yeah,
ya.
to see you.
All right, please do.
Yeah, I would.
I've got that bonnet picture somewhere.
Okay.
But we do.
You know, it'd be an interesting way to look at
Did they have it?
it. Dressed up.
I don't
Yeah, I had a
think
buddy
it's
that was down at the Reds game yesterday, and I was.
Well,
watching the
you know, a
game.
lot of people
We
be
were talking
watching.
back and forth.
I
said, "It's
understand
coming
that.
your way, buddy," but
Satellite.
it went around and finished the game, yeah. And they did, they won all three of them.
That's good. Trying to see your
Guys have
mind.
a good
Yeah.
self.
And that's for the safety of everybody. It's not
See you later.
bad.
No, we don't want to mess with you.
No, and you know, first thing I told them, she said, they all breathe serious.
I like those.
That's,
Well, that works most of the time. There's some good cooks.
oh, I know it. I mean, but then I wonder where the liability.
That's the question. That's, and there's a million people out there that are willing to sue.
Hey, I really,
Well, but the money.
thought you handled it well.
I'm trying to get some solutions.
I'm just trying to figure
Well,
out.
they're to get up and done. Somebody's got to clean up about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's my job. Good to see you, bud.
See you, Charlie.
We'll come up with a price.
Yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting.
You won't want to open that envelope.
What are you selling now, Charlie?
Well, the county putting in a sewer system.
Who do you want to make a motion to?
I'll make a motion
reset or-
to recess.
Recess, okay. I'll second that. We are
The,
recessed at 12:08.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
possibly to
Yeah.
operate it for them.
Okay.
We're, you know, we looked at the numbers and it's tough. It's tough. And we're talking about a free system.
That's what it is, it's a $14
Free
million
system. But look at the revenue.
that you're gonna make.
No.
Oh, yeah. You don't have to. You don't have to spend any, you're not spending any money.
How are we not spending any
What are you gonna spend
money?
money on? We're giving you $14 million pipe in the ground.
18, isn't it?
Could be.
Could be, could be. Could
There's
be.
$18 million in grant money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but we hope it's not gonna be that high.
Right.
Yeah, that's the plan.
So you got a piece of property there you want to pass through? Or?
No.
Well,
he's on
no.
He's on the
I'm
board.
I'm on
okay.
the board of,
Okay, I got you. I got you.
and I'm kind of got, and I'm the commissioner's representative, so I'm trying to coordinate this. Huh?
Won't you be the commissioner's representative for the city? Huh?
They don't have it.
No, that's the problem.
That is a problem.
Yeah,
Because
we
you
don't
have no oversight.
none whatsoever, only that contract.
Yeah. I mean, I just see the whole makeup, like I said, Jacqueline told me.
That's what I just said.
Those satellites need representation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's an advisory board.
Well, see, that's like now, they said, well, a couple people said, well, we can add 3 more people to the board. Well, you know, 25 people on that board now.
Have they?
I don't know, there's a whole slew of them, I mean, there's a whole bunch of them down there. I mean, and this, we asked for the board members. We didn't get the list until.
Are they all live?
I don't know if they're all live, and some of them was penciled in. We don't know.
You know, the problem is, you are the oversight of the money in it.
Yeah.
Of the levy.
Yeah.
What have you been doing with your time?
Huh. Cutting brush, look at me. Cut brush every day.
You miss contracting?
Not that much.
Yeah. You know I sold my business.
Did you?
Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah.
Jack, are we gonna,
Oh, that's right, I knew that.
are we gonna pass that resolution today?
And I,
For the senior
I
citizens?
didn't miss it at all.
Didn't you?
It was my
Put
first
that
one.
on the ballot?
Well, I race
Yeah.
and then
Okay.
I storage business, got some
What
property.
do you think of, what you call the boy gonna run in that?
Oh, yeah.
Xfinity
That little
race?
kid, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Good for him. That'd be fun to watch.
yeah, that's the 9th, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it, yeah.
I did think
Is anybody else enjoying it?
Are we live?
We are live.
We are live.
I take a motion to come out of recess.
Yes, I will give you that motion.
I'll second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
We want to wait till 1 o'clock?
We can. We're not waiting for the press. You just left.
I know.
We'll wait till. And when we do go into executive session, we're probably going to be talking particulars about the meeting tomorrow. So those that aren't involved in the meeting tomorrow, will have to leave. So that'd be Kathy, Brad,
Sarah.
and even that.
I'm not.
I'm not.
Might be a real short, small meeting here, but
Okay. Then I guess we don't have to wait on anybody coming online either. Is Ryan in on that?
He's our counsel.
You don't have to tell me more than once to get out.
Oh, is it like right now?
I'm sure you got plenty to
All right,
see.
1 o'clock, yeah.
Oh, okay.
4 minutes, yeah.
So it's good.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
I'll second. All in favor, say aye.
Hey, we're coming out of executive session.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Tax budget.
Seniors, that's the seniors. You wanna do these first?
Yeah.
Before we get.
Ross County Senior Center. A motion to accept the request to put a replacement renewal levy on the ballot for 2026.
So,
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Kathy, there's places here for you to sign.
Okay.
I don't see any places for you to sign.
Okay.
Repairing the runway, or the taxiway. $19,465.
so moved.
I'll second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I just signed the,
Let me show
quote.
you something here.
Have you had a chance to look over these?
No,
Health district, all county funds, and then the all county expense.
I have not looked at those, I just got them as I printed them off and brought them in here, so I've not looked at
So
them.
he just brought them up here and dumped them off.
He emailed them,
He emailed them?
Mm-hmm.
I sent you guys that.
Yeah, I
forwarded
got
it,
it, yeah.
email, yeah. We don't have to pass it today.
But we got that extension for the 31st. I don't know when David's gonna be back this week to come in and sign off on that. Is that what you're waiting on?
Well-
Or just a chance to review them?
I mean, we can pass it today if you want to, because it's not set in stone. It can still be altered
Yeah.
after your budget meetings.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the same thing I was thinking, because that I mean, it's not, there's nothing set in stone, because that's like now, we talked about the park district, and we can't get an answer on that, because Jeff's not here.
No, that takes 300,000 off our expenses if we delete it. So-
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a couple things that
And
we
those are
have,
things that still can't, we can still do those.
we can still do.
What these tax budgets basically say is that we
This-
have funds that will cover any tax levy that we've got on the ballot.
Ballot now.
So
Or.
this is what we have in revenue coming in.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's what he's supposed to do. I
So
don't,
we
I
can
just don't
still-
know.
We can still pass the tax.
Yeah, we can pass the tax budget and then still alter it during the budget.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do I have a motion to accept the tax budget as
Um,
presented on a preliminary basis?
So moved. Yes, I'll make that motion.
I'll second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Do you need both Jim and I to sign off on this?
No, I think if you just sign it, that's good enough.
So you're off the hook.
I'm glad.
You're okay.
But, you know, there, you know, we got questions, and we can't get an answer. The person who can give us the answer is not here.
Well, we're gonna start the budget meetings in October.
So that will get everybody in.
Yeah, by Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And then we have until December, the end of December actually.
To approve the budget.
We're not gonna wait that long.
Yeah. Because that's what happened. You know, we waited until December 31st and we passed the budget on December 31st.
And depending on how I can get these scheduled, I can put them all in the work session. And get probably between 3 and 4 in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you need to see somebody back, you still have time.
Right.
What the hell are we gonna do next year when Jerry returns?
He's not going anywhere.
How you know?
I just made that up. We're hoping so.
What else do you want me to sign?
I don't know, you got any checks or anything?
Well, not really.
Johnny told me they were ready for me to pick up.
Jeff told you that?
Charlie.
Charlie? Oh, he must talk to Jeff. I still need to copy them.
That's fine, so.
Do you wanna wait a minute?
Sure.
Yeah.
As long as we're not on.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'd second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're out of here.